guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
This team used drones, aircraft, and ships to interdict the traffickers off the coast of Peru, Ecuador, and the Galapagos Islands.
Attorney General Pam Bondi, along with FBI Director Kash Patel, were on hand as the U.S. Coast Guard offloaded $500 million worth of pure, uncut cocaine from the Cutter James at Port Everglades.
This is not a one-off for General Bondi. She has made this a mission priority, and the FBI will follow.
Bondi says 11 separate prosecutions resulted from this effort, and they will all be tried in Florida courts. China says it will take resolute and effective measures to protect its interests in response to the steep Trump tariffs.
President Trump is imposing tariffs of 104% on Chinese imports. At a news conference today, a spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry said the U.S. continues to abuse tariffs to pressure China, and that China firmly opposes this and will never accept this kind of bullying. The spokesperson said if the U.S. really wants to solve the problem, it should adopt an attitude of equality, respect, and mutual benefit. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Trump administration is reportedly freezing nearly $2 billion in funding for 3 major colleges.
2 U.S. officials told the New York Times that over $1 billion in funding for Cornell University and about $790 million for Northwestern has been frozen. The funding was mostly grants and contracts with the Department of Agriculture, Defense, and other agencies. Both schools have been accused of racial discrimination because of their efforts to promote diversity. The administration is also cutting $4 million in funding for Princeton University that was to be spent on climate research. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Stocks surged on Wall Street today.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 2,962 points. The S&P 500 rose by 474 points. The Nasdaq gained 1,857 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Rebuilding begins in neighborhoods impacted by January's Palisades fire. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass says it's a testament to the Palisades and L.A. that rebuilding has begun just 3 months after the fires began. Bass appeared on KTLA.
What I have to compare it to is where other cities were who experienced wildfires in the same way that we did. And I know that we are months and months and months ahead.
As construction on the first home gets underway, Bass says she's looking at what permit fees can be waived for people looking to rebuild. Another problem is all the trucks hauling out debris from the burn scar. Bass says one solution is to cut down on congestion is possibly having the trucks moving at night. However, that could result in a noise problem for those who still live in the area. A New York man is suing Jamaica Hospital in Queens after he was allegedly switched at birth more than 60 years ago.
64-year-old Selden resident Kevin McMahon says he never looked like his 3 other siblings, claiming a DNA test now shows he grew up with a family who he had no blood relation to. Digging into Jamaica Hospital records, McMahon says 2 mothers with the same last name both gave birth to sons on the same day, and they went home with the wrong families.
They're completely responsible. They made one calamitous mistake, and it just changed the entire course of my life.
McMahon says he's thankful for the siblings he grew up with, but he only wishes he could have connected with his birth parents before they died. I'm Natalie Migliori.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
I started going cold turkey. Well, at least when I'm in the car.
I know I shouldn't do it, but it's so hard to stop. That's why I hide it.
Do it all the time. I stopped by locking it in my glove compartment.
My friend used to do it way too much. Now I turn it off when we're in the car.
My solution is simple. I just don't do it.
There are lots of ways to stop yourself and others from texting and driving. How will you stop? Tell us at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, just like that, we're going to wrap up a Wednesday. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, we will do so respectively from coast to coast. As we kick off Friday Eve. All right. That's thinking positive. So Thursday coming on, 10th day of April. Start looking toward the weekend. Hope your week's going well. I'm Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. At least it's a little bit warmer outside the bunker tonight, 45 degrees. And the trade-off is a little bit of rain falling. It's kind of a soggy night for parts of the northern Ohio Valley. Scattered showers back into central portions of Illinois. Some rain from Lafayette over to Fort Wayne, Indiana. On down into southern Indiana, right along the Ohio River line from Evansville up into the Cincinnati area. Scattered light rain over into portions of central West Virginia, much of eastern Ohio. Even some showers on up to just east of the Pittsburgh area tonight. Now the water's gradually beginning the process of receding after last weekend's deluge. Torrential rains brought massive flooding to parts of the Mississippi, Tennessee Valley, and the Ohio Valley. Yeah, an update from the capital of Kentucky, Frankfort, Kentucky, after days of deluges, overfilling the rivers to near record levels. Residents rather anxious to return to their flooded homes, see what's salvageable, even as the stubbornly high waters keep some of them waiting longer. One resident returning to her rural Franklin County home with her dogs and cats where she had left last Sunday as the waters kept rising. Now her home and the neighborhood looks like they're kind of on an island of brown waters. But water is slowly receded in the flooded Frankfort area. Officials were hoping by the end of this past day, most were going to be able to get back into their homes, according to Governor Beshear, urging people to wait if you couldn't get to your home without driving through water. Remember, even as much as we love our stuff, and sometimes it's memories and photographs being impacted, it's our lives and the lives of your family and friends that matter most. Now, officials warned flooding expected along the Ohio River in Henderson and Owensboro will continue into next week. They've got their swift water rescue teams ready. Officials in Frankfort, of course, diverted traffic, turned off utilities to businesses, instituted a curfew as the Kentucky River crested on Monday of this week, just short of a record that was set in 1978. Water service has been restored, but wastewater still not back up yet. Inundated rivers, the latest threat from the persistent storms that have ultimately killed 23, including 10 in Tennessee. At least 157 tornadoes struck within a 7-day period dating back to March 30th, according to the preliminary report from the National Weather Service there. Flood danger remains elsewhere, of course, including parts of Tennessee, Arkansas, Indiana. Louisville, Kentucky's mayor saying that no further evacuations were expected along the Ohio River there, which actually was expected to crest this past day before the water begins receding. I said the Louisville Fire Department and others have helped 66 people evacuate a hotel that was surrounded by water. Beshear's office said more than 800 customers still have no access to water, and nearly 4,000 others in the Louisville area are actually under boil water advisories there. All right, after a few brief showers or a few gusty thunderstorms hit some areas this past day. That's the system that we're talking about moving through the Ohio Valley and the southern Great Lakes tonight. We will see a weaker system that's forecast to bring some showers and rain and a little bit of wet snow to the region here for our Thursday. Now, this late week storm will have some rather significant impacts, more typical for late February or early March, rather than the middle of April here. Yeah, showers and a little bit of wet snow precede the main storm here Thursday. I mentioned the rainfall in parts of Ohio. We do see some of the white stuff falling there in portions of Michigan. Yeah, it looks like some light snow over toward Holland on the west side. But snow showers from Lansing to Jackson over toward Detroit, Michigan, falling as we speak. But coming up, rain from the main storm is going to spread over the mid-Atlantic, starting from the Carolinas to West Virginia, and Maryland come Friday. Then slowly pivot over the rest of the mid-Atlantic and much of New England Friday night and Saturday. Right now, it looks like generally 1 to 2 inches of rain will fall on much of the Northeast, with local amounts near 3 inches. Those heaviest rains will extend roughly from Virginia up into southern New England. So we could see enough rain pouring down to cause some urban flooding in some neighborhoods. The combination of rain, ponding, poor visibility will lead to some hazardous conditions on the highways. Drenching rain, fog, and low clouds, even some thunderstorm activity may trigger some airline delays. For many, it'll be beneficial rain from the spring wildfire and dry brush standpoint. It's going to help with the green up, thoroughly soaking the remaining dry brush in that part of the country. This will be a slow-moving storm that will create an extended period of onshore winds from the upper mid-Atlantic on up into New England. So areas from New Jersey to New York City, on to central New England and Boston, east to northeast breezes will last about 48 hours or so, mainly from Thursday night into Saturday afternoon. The duration of the onshore wind and the upcoming full moon, which I knew that was getting close. Actually, it occurs April the 12th. This weekend, close to the same time, will lead to some coastal flooding at high tide. Tides are expected to run 1 to 3 feet above the already elevated astronomical levels. So a few coastal flooding events have occurred since this past winter. So coastal flooding can potentially sneak up on some of those communities there. Much like an early March storm, this one's going to bring some snow to the region. Most of that's going to be confined to the ridges, the plateaus, the peaks, from the southern Appalachians into northern New England. It looks like around 1,800 feet or so. Wet snow's going to mix in with the rain soon after it begins Friday into Friday night. But depending on the storm intensity, beginning somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 feet, you may see a few inches of heavy accumulation, the heavy wet snowfall. Typically, it's got to snow pretty hard during the day to get any accumulation on the roads this time of year, but even light to moderate snow that falls during the nighttime hours or first thing in the morning could bring at least some temporary slippery conditions. Now, this snow accumulation risk will extend from the Smoky Mountains of western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee to the Alleghenies, Poconos, Catskills, the Berkshires, Adirondacks, the Green and White Mountains, a lot of the higher elevations. While most major roads are at elevations below the critical elevation for this storm, some higher elevation sections may become slushy or snow-covered for a period of time. Is this maybe winter's last gasp for parts of the country? Yeah, we can surely hope so, because come on, it's springtime. Hello to Philly Dan. Happy Tariff Thursday. Yeah, what a difference a day can make. My. It looks like the strategy. Donald Trump has been playing four-dimensional chess. And as we look what occurred over the past 24 hours, this is really, it appears it was about getting China. And China did not relent. China has now 125% tariffs on their goods. We'll explain how that all occurred this past day. First, saddle up nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour on the eve of Friday. 43 outside the far side of southwest Ohio. There's some drizzle, light rain falling from the heavens. There might be some high explosives falling from the heavens if Saturday's powwow with Iran doesn't go well. Meanwhile, China conducting large training amphibious assaults on Taiwan just a few days ago. Stopped just a few hundred yards offshore while conducting live fire exercises. Pay attention, nocturnal listeners. These next several weeks are going to be rather testy. Until then, snuggle up to whomever, whatever, lock and load. Keep your powder dry. Yeah, there's a lot to cover here as we roll into a new day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All righty, Marianne is in the house. Morning, Steve and the Overnight Family. Roy checks in from Northwest Illinois, 39 degrees tonight. Hello to the boss man, checking in from Kansas City. Cruising along into Iowa tonight. All right, Shorty, I-95 southbound at the Georgia-Florida 9 line, 59 degrees. Orlando bound, turnaround number 2. Hello to Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive family. Good to have you on board from Florida there. Good afternoon. There's Larry. Hammer down and be safe out there. Tank, good morning. A nice 85 degrees. He's out west somewhere. Yeah, Palm Springs, California. Yeah, got to be heading back toward the home 20. Everyone, truck safe. Have a blessed day. Yeah, well, it's chilly in the east, as we've been saying for several days. The heat continues to build out west. Going to be talking triple digits for some. Hello to Jerry. Good morning. Running the cold here in Kokomo. Raining and cold. Listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. One of the best shows available. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. There you go. Happy Friday Eve. 10 days till Resurrection Sunday. 26 days till the Ohio primary or special election, if you'd have it. Got an Evansville, Owensboro pedal tonight that would have been on the road over an hour ago, but had a trailer issue discovered at the last minute. Trailer had to be offloaded, so finally I'm rolling. A little bit rainy, 43 degrees in Tip City, Ohio tonight. And there's the tapeworm checking in from Warren, Ohio. 44 degrees, starting to rain. We're headed for Detroit tonight. Ready for another overnight drive. Buckeye Boy, still out west, checking in from Bothell, Washington. 55 degrees. Crazy day in the stock market, was it not? I think Grump should maybe feel a little more at ease. I don't blame him for his concerns, but I have faith that President Trump knows what he's doing. Anyway, delivery went fine today, but on the way back to the hotel got delayed, a bunch of cars running into each other, but eventually made it through. I'm going to hang out today, probably straighten out the cab of my truck. Have a great night. Everybody, be careful out there. Hello from the Michigan Man Band. What do you say? The sky is not falling. It's snowing here. To heck with that. I'm putting the Christmas lights back up. I think we've got carolers standing out front of the damn house tonight. Yes, indeed. Yes, snow in there in Michigan. Have a good night, Michigan Mad. Enjoy it. Maybe this is your last snow of the season. We can hope. But he did say the ground is turning white there. Bah, humbug. All right, 844-844-3388. Good morning, I guess maybe good evening. Joe is checking in. How we doing?
Hey, Steve, I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Hanging with him. I'm done with all this winter cold stuff. You getting snow outside the home 20 there in Michigan?
Oh, yes, sir, we are. And as the person who commented said, yes, it's definitely starting to stick. So not too keen on that right now.
Right?
Yeah. So how's Turbo and Ace doing?
They're doing great. Doing wonderful, getting along fine. Ace is growing. He's going to be bigger than Turbo here before you know it.
Oh, boy. Well, I hope y'all are doing good. Everyone on the road, drive safe, and thank you again, Steve, and have a good night.
All right. Good to hear from you, Joe. Just checking in to say hello, see how everybody's doing. Tell Dad we said hello. The Paul, the prophet. All right. What happened? President Trump reacting to the biggest market rally in 5 years after he essentially turned the world against China as he announced a 90-day retaliatory tariff pause for the rest of the world. Of course, on Tuesday, in response to the original 104% tariff on China that kicked in just over 24 hours ago, the Chinese government, in turn, responded that they're going to retaliate by increasing tariffs on American products from 34% to 84%. That leads President Trump to immediately respond, say, all right, China, your tariffs are now 125%. But at the same time, he announced he put a 90-day pause on tariffs and lowered reciprocal tariffs on more than 75 countries. It's virtually the world against China now, as President Trump uses the tariff war to crush China. Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I am hereby raising the tariff charge to China by the United States of America to 125%, effective immediately. At some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize that the days of ripping off the USA and other countries is no longer sustainable or acceptable. Conversely, and based on the fact that more than 75 countries have called representatives of the United States, including the Departments of Commerce, Treasury, and USTR, to negotiate. Let's get a solution to the subjects being discussed relative to trade barriers, tariffs, currency manipulation, non-monetary tariffs. These countries have not, at my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the United States. So I have authorized a 90-day pause and substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%. Thank you for your attention to this matter, was his post on Truth Social. The immediate response on the markets, the S&P 500 skyrocketed 9.1%, on pace for its biggest one-day gain in 5 years. The Dow Jones Industrial Average advanced. It was more than 2,900 points, also the biggest advance since 2020. The NASDAQ up 11.7%, its largest one-day jump in decades. Trump responded this past afternoon as the Dow was up 2,500 points. Never heard of it. It's got to be a record, he said. So much for Jim Cramer's Black Monday prediction. So as we had kind of tried to break down last evening, what looked like the start of a global financial panic turned into a show of strength from the White House. A stunning rally on Wall Street as President Trump pausing tariffs on dozens of trade partners while slapping China with a 125%. The market did not crash. It launched. This was not retreat. It was redirection. The president pulled off a flash launch, turning a tariff-induced sell-off into a strategic masterstroke.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Attorney General Pam Bondi, along with FBI Director Kash Patel, were on hand as the U.S. Coast Guard offloaded $500 million worth of pure, uncut cocaine from the Cutter James at Port Everglades.
This is not a one-off for General Bondi. She has made this a mission priority, and the FBI will follow.
Bondi says 11 separate prosecutions resulted from this effort, and they will all be tried in Florida courts. China says it will take resolute and effective measures to protect its interests in response to the steep Trump tariffs.
At a news conference today, a spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry said the U.S. continues to abuse tariffs to pressure China, and that China firmly opposes this and will never accept this kind of bullying. The spokesperson said if the U.S. really wants to solve the problem, it should adopt an attitude of equality, respect, and mutual benefit. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. All right, back at it here. We'll get to your calls. Dennis chiming in via Facebook. He said, Trump needs to knock off this shish kebab with implementing tariffs, then pausing, then implementing, then pausing. What's the end game? Makes me wonder. Hope we all survive. Good morning. Well, the end game is exactly what is unfolding before your eyes there, Dennis. You know, we explained in depth last evening. I shared from the Breitbart economic experts that this is all ultimately about bringing these countries to the table. Trump even announced, and the press secretary announced a week ago, if you don't retaliate, you will be rewarded. So this is what it comes down to. All these countries are now looking to make deals. Deals that will be beneficial for both us and them. Now, Trump said, based on the lack of respect that China has shown the world markets, I hereby, as I mentioned, raise the tariff to 125%. So the allies get breathing room. China gets the boot. Yeah, this is a confirmation of what Breitbart Business Digest has been explaining for weeks, if not months. The purpose of reciprocal tariffs is to bring countries with trade surpluses with the U.S. to the negotiating table. That is working. Treasury Secretary, who spent the last 2 months laying the intellectual groundwork for the Trump trade doctrine of enlightened economic nationalism, said this is not surrender, it's leverage. The president created maximum negotiating leverage. Confirming that he is in talks with officials from Vietnam, Japan, India, South Korea. Earlier in the day, at a convention of bankers, he described China's model as, he put it as a magical mop gone rogue. They keep producing and producing, dumping and dumping, invoking the enchanted brooms from Disney's Fantasia. And while China escalates, others are lining up. They've been good military allies, not perfect economic allies. We can probably reach a deal and then approach China as a group of nations. Take you over to the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who kind of called out the press for their over-the-top negative coverage of what Trump's policies have been. Many of you in the media, she says, clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here. Trump has a 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs on those countries that reach out to us. This will allow time for the Trump administration to negotiate these trade deals with each and every one. Meanwhile, he will be keeping in place a 10% baseline coming into the U.S., but for China, that's 125. Yeah, you tried to say the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when, in fact, we've seen the opposite effect, speaking to the reporters directly here. These countries are reaching out to America to negotiate because they want to sell their goods to the world's largest economy. That's exactly why more than 75 countries have called, because the United States of America is the best place in the world to do business. And as the president has shown great courage, as the Treasury Secretary has said, in choosing to retaliate against China even higher. Now, the Treasury Secretary said, we saw the successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today, which has brought more than 75 countries forward. It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment. As I told everyone a week ago in this very spot, do not retaliate and you will be rewarded. He reiterated the announcement Trump made on social media earlier this past day that the 10% baseline would be in place while we negotiate. It was already evident last week after the president announced those reciprocal tariff policy that the art of the deal was already beginning to work. Multiple countries reached out within a day's time, indicating they would be willing to lower their tariffs on U.S. imports to zero if Trump would do the same. Among them were Vietnam, Israel, Argentina. Former George W. Bush Commerce Secretary Carlos Gutierrez, speaking on CNBC the day Trump made his tariff announcement last week, that he saw it was as the beginning of a big negotiation. It's the opening step. I would assume this will not be in place, say, in a month, 2 months, definitely not in the back half of the year. So I'm in the camp that this is the beginning of a big negotiation. Gutierrez correctly predicted that Trump would keep in place the 10% across the board as a revenue generator, while the higher reciprocal tariffs on dozens of countries will go away as they lower their import duties on U.S. goods. Trump was, in fact, touting the benefits of tariffs to the U.S. Treasury on Tuesday, saying they were generating about $2 billion in revenue on a daily basis. Now, Carolyn Leavitt concluded this past day, quote, we finally have a president here at the White House who is playing the long game, who is doing what is right for the American worker and our industries here at home. Response from other countries, including our friends to the north, Canada. Now, what was the first comment? Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney calling President Trump's pause welcome, and said all negotiations concerning U.S. and Canadian security and trading concerns will resume following Canada's federal elections on April 28. It is a welcome reprieve for the global economy, as President Trump and I have agreed. The U.S. President and Canadian Prime Minister will commence negotiations on a new economic and security relationship immediately following the federal election. That was his post via X yesterday. So the back and forth, it's everyone coming to the table. And the markets say that's what we wanted to see. The sky, I guess, indeed is not falling, right? Morning, Rubber Duck.
What's happening?
Not a whole lot.
You got me there?
It's a good day. What are you doing tonight? You're something about you're not parked in the driveway. What's up?
Well, Lauren was picking on the people that pull in for their 10-hour break and don't realize that they could actually move their truck in the parking lot without turning their e-log on and maybe get out of the way so people could get in and out. So I am safely, legally parked in between the lines at the Michigan Welcome Center, like about 12 miles from my house, just so I can get a head start. I have a question on the tariffs, though. So let's, my car dealers buy a lot of cars out of Flint and Detroit, and a lot of them are Canadian cars that come back across the border. In fact, I could probably answer this question tomorrow night when I go to Detroit, because the guys from Oakwood Auto Transport come across the border with the newer, 23, 24, 25 lease turn-ins and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some of those were built in America and sent to Canada. Now they're coming back from Canada into America. Are they going to have a tariff because it's an imported good? Which in turn is going to make the used car market go stupid like it did with COVID and the car market, period. And by the way, that employee pricing thing really isn't as good as it seems. You can forego the employee pricing and take all the rebates and come out about $2,500 less on some vehicles.
Okay.
From some of the talking heads that I'm watching on YouTube.
I did see that. But so the offer, I know the Ford offer was you can take your pick, the employee pricing or the actual incentives. I don't know, when did the incentive thing come back into place? When I just over a year ago when I did the release thing, the leasing up with the Subaru, they didn't have any sort of incentives going.
So your Subaru, you bought new?
I did.
And then the lease ran out?
I didn't buy. I did a 3-year lease. The 3-year lease was up, so I did another 3-year on a new vehicle.
Oh, on a different vehicle. So you turn that one back in. So
Correct.
You put yours back into the cycle.
Correct.
Boy, I'd like to find that one. That'd probably be a good car to get.
Hey, 3 years. 3 years in, I think I only had like 25,000 miles on it. I mean, I guarantee you, they sold that thing the next day.
Yeah, they did, because I literally had one last week I picked up. I fell in love with. It was just a beautiful burgundy Hemi Durango. And it had 97,000 miles on it, but it was tight. It was a nice truck. I dropped it off on a Friday night. I parked it right on the corner in front of the showroom. Not normally where I park my cars, but I knew what that one was. I went back in there today to load out. By the way, I got my big truck back, thank God. That little Ford was going to kill my kidneys. And I said, hey, where's my Durango? You using it for a demo? He's like, nope. He says, that thing was gone by 12:30 on Saturday. I said, you're serious? He goes, why'd you park it there? I said, because it was just too pretty. It needed to get the attention. He goes, that guy was sitting in the parking lot waiting for us to open. And this is a Ford store.
Wow.
The Ford, Toyota, Ford at one side, Toyota at across the street, and Lexus up the road. But yeah, that thing, I was like, man. And he had a great price on it, to where I was trying to sneak that for Kimmy's 50th birthday. I was going to buy it early. I was trying, but I didn't get back. I was like, really? It went away. But no, I would be concerned to see how. So they are Canadian cars. They are owned by General Motors. They're owned by Chrysler. They're owned by Ford. They're lease turn-ins coming back across the border. I don't know. Is that gonna? It's like double taxation. That's everything that this country was founded on to stand against. Thank you, Paul Revere and the Boston Tea Party. We weren't going to be double taxed.
Right.
So now are we driving Canadian cars into the lake?
At this point, I don't know the answer to your question there as far as like the used product. Good question.
It is. Anyway, so everybody have a great night. Hey, it stopped raining. It stopped snowing right here on the corner of the lake. And it's like about 41 degrees. So hopefully this was the last one, because if not, I'm going to Pennsylvania to a library. I'll break in. Y'all need to get bail money. We're gonna barbecue us a freaking groundhog.
All right.
We're about done with that, right?
That's
I'll see you
6
later.
more weeks of winter. You got it. Yeah. Thank you, Rubber Duck. All right. 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, speaking of the bull hauler, the two-time world champion Lauren Weiss. 54 degrees, St. Louis, Missouri. Good morning, Steve. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south at a high rate of fuel consumption. No, he didn't say that. Headed for Western Tennessee. Is it possible to get maybe the OOIDA brass to stay up late, come on the show and explain why they have hoisted the white flag on the ELD fight? Yeah, how much did they get paid to create the sloppy mess we have at the truck stops? Don't know how the average driver does it. I don't leave home to have to park for half the day and be in the way. Anyway, on a more positive note, I'll be headed to the Weiss compound to hang out with the hot blonde wife for a short weekend. And a special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the Gateway to the West. And he also went on to say the international bond market was dumping U.S. bonds, forcing Trump to kind of backpedal. He might lose the 0-for-0 deal with the European Union for the time being. This is good. He won't tank the economy as fast. It gives more strength to deal with China and break them off. All right, thank you, Lauren. Now let's see what the Grump has on his mind. Morning, Grump.
Well, I've been listening to some of the people talking about how high the stock market went and all this, and everything. And well, hell yeah, it had no choice to go back up. I mean, it could have went further down and it could have stayed there longer. I'm glad it went back up. But Steve, you got to ask the question. It was wiping out $6 trillion worth of assets. Was it worth it? I mean, the way I see it, I would have just slapped the tariffs on China to begin with, and said, and made it clear that we're going to have we're going to impose a % tariff across the board on everybody else. Hell, that's a good baseline right there for bringing in money to the Treasury. Is 10% on all imported goods. I mean, it at least it opens up our markets. And Lauren was right on that. The bonds were getting slapped down pretty hard. But Steve, I've been looking at this, and we got $86 trillion. The stock market holds about $86 trillion worth of assets, in businesses, in stocks and bonds and everything else, worldwide. And but the more I look at everything that's going on in this country right here, and you can take hotels for instance. There's 40,000. Just Indian, 2 conglomerates in India alone owns 40,000 hotels in the United States. But they didn't just buy the damn hotels. I mean, they brought over 41,000 people over here to run them. That they could legally do under their little umbrella of their visas and the purchase agreements and things like that they had with the United States. And that's just the baseline. But then you look at the amount of gas stations. We got 196,000 gas stations all over this country. Would it surprise you if I said 60% of those are owned by foreign entities? China themselves own 13,000 gas stations here in the United States. We have seen the swamp and just give this damn country away brick by brick and board by board pretty much. 40 million acres of United States territory is owned by foreign entities. It's either owned or leased by foreign entities. China themselves has got about 500,000 acres that they near, in the close proximity of military bases that they claim is, for growing crops or whatever. But it's just endless at the crap that this government, and it's the swamp, it's the people that's been in there forever and ever and ever that's made them damn deals, that has allowed foreign entities to come in here and just buy up whatever the hell they want. They can legally justify bringing all these damn people over here to run their service stations and their hotels and whatever, they want to. I stopped at a place last night, a brand new truck stop. And I got to Googling on this thing and looking at it. And the guy that owns it, he worked for Elon Musk, in a Tesla plant. He wasn't an engineer. He was a damn worker. He gets out of, he quits and he goes to Virginia and he leases one gas station. And within 2 years, how in the hell can an Indian, I mean, he's of Indian descent. Right now I guess he claims to be an American, but he has a lot of Indian influence through the conglomerates that he has. How can somebody like that secure $1.5 billion worth of bonds to buy up other businesses? Since he's left Tesla, he owns 60 hotels, and the man has 8 truck stops and a ton of other businesses that, like gas stations and things like that he's buying up all over the place. I just don't understand how somebody like that can go from nothing to owning, or basically, securing that kind of money. It blows my mind. Unless you got foreign entities, which he does, coming from the wealth of India, that's loaning him the damn money, and then of course he's getting grants and things like that from the United States too, on some of the things that he's doing. It's just we are so misplaced, man. I mean, you worry about the stock market and people's wealth going down. People that are no more wealthy than the man in the moon. I mean, it's what they've saved and what they've invested in. Of that dropping in one swoop of from some kind of a.
Yeah, well, I mean, he has a plan though, but. Hold the thought. We got to pause.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Republicans want to limit the power of district judges, preventing nationwide injunctions. That's drawn a swift rebuke from Democrats like California's Pete Aguilar. He was joined by fellow California Democrat Ted Lieu, who said that Republicans have no problem with nationwide injunctions when it's an issue that appeals to their base.
Republicans just aren't playing fair.
He pointed to a ruling from a judge in Texas who restricted the abortion pill. President Trump wants Congress to impeach Judge James Boasberg, who ruled against his use of the Alien Enemies Act for swift deportations. The acting IRS commissioner is resigning.
Melanie Krause is stepping down after the agency agreed to share illegal immigrants' tax information with federal immigration agents. Krause is the third person to leave the agency since January. Doug O'Donnell was acting commissioner until announcing his retirement last month. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A group of U.S. senators wants more details about the recent deportation of a Maryland man.
24 Democrats and 1 independent senator sent a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and acting ICE Director Todd Lyons on Tuesday. The letter expresses concern over the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia to El Salvador and asks for his immediate return to the U.S. The senators also question the lack of due process involved in his deportation. Abrego Garcia was taken into custody by ICE officials last month while driving home with his son. He's now incarcerated in an El Salvador prison. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump's pick for NASA administrator is vowing to prioritize a mission to the moon. In a confirmation hearing today, Jacob Isaacman committed to maintaining the space agency's Artemis mission through its upcoming 2026 voyage. This appeared to conflict with comments made by Trump ally and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, who has prioritized expeditions to Mars over lunar missions. Isaacman did not rule out a Mars mission, but said he would not be influenced by Musk on NASA policy. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
An 81-year-old New York woman says she's stranded in Puerto Rico because her airline will not allow her to fly with her pet parrot.
Maria Fraderigo says Frontier Airlines gave her the okay to fly to the island with her African gray parrot, Plucky, and a carrier. But when she tried to fly back to JFK earlier this month, a Frontier rep told her she had to lose the bird if she wanted to make the flight. Frontier admits that allowing the parrot on board was a mistake, adding they don't allow large birds in the cabin. Fraderigo calls Plucky her emotional support animal and says the two really bonded after she lost her husband. Her son says he hasn't had any luck getting her and Plucky booked on another flight. I'm Kristen Marks.
New York City is taking a big step to better comply with state-mandated classroom sizes by hiring more teachers.
City officials are announcing that they're hiring 3,700 teachers for roughly 750 schools for the start of next school year. Schools Chancellor Melissa Ramos says that will result in smaller class sizes and better learning.
Enabling our teachers to work with smaller groups of students, providing more individualized attention, and fostering a deeper level of engagement in the classroom.
Classrooms next school year will be capped at 20 students for kindergarten through third grade. That means at least 60% of the classrooms citywide will meet new state-mandated smaller class sizes. Scott Pringle, New York.
The Tennessee, Ohio, and Mississippi River basins are still seeing a serious threat of flooding after what's being called a 1,000-year rain event. Storms and flooding have already claimed the lives of at least 23 people. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us, another hour underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I'm going to get back and we're going to finish up with a grump. But, I guess valid questions you're kind of asking, why erase those trillions of dollars? Because essentially it's trillions of dollars it's just on paper. It's numbers that are floating around. Yeah, with the Dow up, nearly 3,000 points yesterday alone. Obviously, we've not yet recouped all that was lost in the past 4 or 5 days. But if the trend continues, rather than taking 3-5 years for things to get back where they were, it could happen in much shorter order. And the idea of, I would have just slapped China with the tariffs, not the rest of the world. But you got to remember on Liberation Wednesday, a week ago yesterday, when he held up the chart, what the tariffs all those other countries were charging us. And we weren't charging them back. That was the premise. Bring them to the table. And as each country, day by day, when they announce, we've struck a deal with Japan, we've struck a deal with India, we've struck a deal with South Korea, the market's going to continue to react positively. For the European Union, the Prime Minister of Greece this past day, an exclusive interview with Breitbart, said he believes Europe can reach a win-win trade deal with Trump, mutually beneficial for the U.S. and the European Union. Now that, as the European Union had just launched some new trade actions with regard to the United States, that action focused on their steel and aluminum. Mostly had been planned prior to last week's worldwide tariff rollout. But the muted response from Europe, in sharp contrast with China, that escalated things quickly. China then raising tariffs again. Back at the U.S., Europe's response also did not tariff bourbon imports from the U.S. After Trump threatened a massive response on any European alcohol imports to the U.S. if they went down this road. There is a European message, and then there's a Greek message, he said. On the European front, there's a possibility of finding a win-win situation when it comes to trade, a solution that will be mutually beneficial. This was my firm belief from the beginning. Before tariffs were even announced, there's still room for negotiations before we consider any major reciprocal response beyond what's been announced this past day, which anyhow was the expected EU reaction. I think at the end of the day, Europe and the European market is very important for the U.S., but at the same time, the U.S. is important for Europe, and we need to work out a solution. He said this sends a signal from Europe that European leaders want to work with Trump, and it seems as though a broader realization is beginning to set in across the continent that the real target of Trump's actions appears to really have been all about China. But so I'll let you respond there. Grump, go ahead.
Well, in the very beginning, I looked at this, and everything that I read through it, I thought that the way Trump was going to handle this in the very beginning was to go ahead with a baseline tariff on all imports that we were bringing in, and that would have in turn not necessarily started a trade war, but it would have opened up the markets more for the American goods to be sold abroad. Now, yeah, he's right. There's a lot of countries that don't want anything to do with our products for whatever reason, but they want to sell us theirs. And China is somebody that's been a bully on tariffs, number one. They've manipulated their currency so damn bad that like I said, they can trade and they were somebody that wanted to change the way that we trade and take the dollar out as the world currency. People love to trade in the dollar because we back our dollar with bonds and stocks and every damn thing else. So, but when you look at this, that's what I thought was going to happen, and I think that would have stabilized. And I'm just listening to a lot of the economists out here that when he first started talking about that, if they'd have went with a 10% across the board, that would have brought in billions of dollars right off the bat, but it would have also started leveling that playing field down. Now, if anybody would have retaliated and said, hey, we're going to retaliate, we're going to raise this up, then fine, we'll hit you individually, But I think what started that massive sell-off was when he just, waved that wand across the board period and started doing the retaliatory tariffs, right off the bat. Now, China, what's interesting about China, Steve, is they depend on us. I mean, we're their bread and freaking butter. I don't understand where Xi thinks that he is going to bully Trump into a corner when, it would be so easy to say, instead of 125 or a 200% tariff, whatever's how high it's going to go, why don't we do this? Why don't we just start turning your damn ships around and sending them back to you? If your products that's coming into this country is going to be so high that no one can buy them, because there's going to be a point in time where the importers that's coming in that has to write that check to the Treasury, and that's our people on Chinese tariffs. If they keep jacking them up the way they're doing, and they're just going to say, hey, look, and I've said it before, they're either going to have to start going to do a pass through where the American consumer starts picking up the tab on that, or a lot of the tab, or they're going to watch their stocks and their value drop by assuming that debt. They're not going to do that. And China, right now it just looks to me like, who's going to blink first on this? Well, I know damn well Trump ain't going to blink. He is sending a message, and this right now, when they drop everything down to a 10% baseline tariff, what that's telling the rest of the world is join on board with us, and when, you just read that thing about the Canadians, the Canadian Prime Minister, what he's doing and stuff like that. Now, I don't know if he is, if they're lowering the tariffs on the eggs and the milk and things like that, so that opens up our market. But I'm not so damn sure right now that our poultry market and dairy and things like that really wants to sell that much outside of the United States. But when I look at this, and like I said, when I was just, telling you what I've been looking at here lately, is the amount of businesses. It's not just the amount of businesses that has gone away from the United States. It's the amount of businesses that are still here that has been allowed to be taken over by all these foreign entities. China, when they own 13,000 gas stations here in the United States. It just blows your mind. And this 40 million acres that other people own, other countries own. Now the weird thing about this, Steve, is they're growing crops on acres here in the United States so that they can manipulate the price of corn or beans or whatever in the hell they're growing, and selling it right back to the United States. And it's not just that they're selling it to the United States, they're selling it to other countries. But it's countries that are operating within our borders to make profits and to be able to, I don't want to say manipulate the market, but they can damn sure influence it. And this is the craziness where, let some big conglomerate, let the, 4 6s or somebody like that say, gas horse ranch in China and see how far that goes. They're gonna no, I don't think so. But when you got 70% of the gas stations in this country that is owned by India, China, some in Argentina owns some, it's absolutely nuts that what is the American dream anymore? Is it the American dream to come over here and shut down America? Is that what people believes or what's going on? I don't know. Maybe these tariffs will, start bringing in enough money and things like that. And we can open our markets up more. And, like I said, it's going to be a more phase.
And it's the kind of thing that's it's not going to happen overnight. He's kind of breaking up there, but yeah, I see to some extent what he's talking. I mean, earlier this week or maybe last week, there was discussion. As he mentioned, I think China owns like 350,000 acres here in the USA. And Congress has been focused on banning China from doing that, buying land near our military bases. It was Representative Pat Harrigan of North Carolina just a few days ago who say the Chinese Communist Party already has a direct presence on some of these military installations through National Nutrition Chain. Yeah, we're all familiar with GNC. I didn't realize that was Chinese-owned. A bill released by Harrigan this week entitled the Military Installation Retail Security Act of 25 would ban any companies of Chinese, North Korean, Iranian, or Russian ownership from operating on military bases. This is actually a situation where the Chinese Communist Party is operating on our military bases. It's even crazier than the foreign land purchases, he says. It was back in June of 2020, I guess maybe overshadowed by the pandemic, the vitamin retailer GNC filed for bankruptcy and was wholly acquired by Harbin Pharmaceuticals, a partially state-owned enterprise in China. Now, Harbin had previously acquired a 40% stake in GNC in 2018, but in 2019, GNC agreed to integrate their manufacturing with the International Vitamin Corporation, which has a consortium of Chinese investors. The company, founded in Pittsburgh, has already been operating on U.S. bases for years at the time of the sale, and its potential to help with Chinese surveillance on military bases apparently was overlooked. Right now, some 85 GNC stores operate on U.S. military bases. They operate under what is known as long-term concessions contracts, meaning that they're operated, staffed, and supplied by GNC. This is a really ripe target for intelligence gathering, according to Harrigan. This is no joke about defending the integrity of our military, making sure foreign adversaries who are actively seeking to undermine us don't have the opportunity to do that from within our bases. You know who these people are, the customers you've got, their purchasing habits. You have access to sensitive health information based on the type of products they're purchasing. I mean, the store could identify individuals with vulnerabilities by tracking frequent purchases of, say, testosterone, sleep aids, or anxiety supplements. They could monitor deployment cycles based on changes in buying patterns. He warned that GNC's access could even allow adversaries to introduce banned or harmful substances or counterfeit products to degrade military readiness. Now, of course, the store also poses potential cyber risks, according to Harrigan, noting that in-store Wi-Fi and mobile data tracking could reveal troop geolocations. Loyalty apps and promotional materials, he warned, could be used to embed malicious links or software. Our systems are independently monitored and meet strict federal standards, partaking in multiple audits throughout the year, according to a spokesperson for GNC. We love our military customers, their well-being, whether it's their personal health or the safety of their information. We always come first. That will. All right, so interesting to see where that goes. Lawmakers have introduced dozens of bills aimed at blocking China from buying U.S. land, especially near sensitive military sites. A movement that gained urgency after the Chinese food producer, Fufeng Group, purchased 370 acres near a North Dakota Air Force base back in 2022. We'll return.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, let's get to the two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing well. Weekend's getting closer. That's always a good feeling.
Yes, sir, it is. Hey, I got two things. I talked to my Fidelity rep today, and my understanding is Trump backed down because of the bond market sell-off, and Japan was one of the first ones that started dumping our bonds. And see, the interest rate on those that we have to pay out went up 1.5 points on that. And Scott Bassett, the Treasury Secretary, got in there and got to talking to him because of what that's going to do. When you got to start selling those off, that weakens our position that we've got to go up against people like China with, and so that's part of what I don't know why that wasn't in that news that you read, but that's part of what happened was that these bond sell-offs got people spooked because generally people hold on to bonds because they're a safe investment,
right, a safe haven.
But it just got so chaotic they dumped them. And I wanted to add on to what Grump said about China. See, China owns Smithfield, which is based out of Virginia, and they're the largest hog producer in the world. And they own 25% of JBS, which is they own feedlots and packing houses in this country. And then they own a percentage of Green Plains, which is what Cargill used to be when they sold their livestock division off. And Missouri, our state of Missouri, is one of the states that's passed legislation to get them to back off, and they got a lot more acreage than what he talked about. They own over 500,000 acres just in Missouri alone there. So I don't know how that's gonna go when we really start negotiating with them on these tariffs. If they got that much ownership, then you were talking about them having ownership in GNC like that too. So, where that puts us in a position to be able to negotiate with them, I don't know. But I'm glad he backed off on those tariffs on those other countries and can focus on China, because we need to definitely back them down because they got a huge stranglehold on a lot of things in this country.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd hate to see them get the upper hand on that. But yeah, I know for hogs, because what I understand is they can raise hogs here in this country, and then if they need to import them back out, they can import them back out. But because China owns Smithfield, it's not based on an American tariff or an export tariff either. And
And Trump kind of talked about that, them raising crops and livestock in this country, and they can either sell it back to us at a profit to them, or they can sell it across the seas and they don't pay the same thing. Like if we were to import U.S. raised and U.S. owned livestock to a country, there'd probably be a tariff on it if they'd even take it. Most countries aren't even taking any of our livestock anymore. I mean, we're buying from them left and right. But so it's a mess. I hope he's got the leverage he really needs against China to see how this goes, because it'll be interesting to see. And I don't think the 0 for 0 tariffs are off with the EU, but I know that they put a pause on all that right now. And I think if they can get this bond thing settled down and everybody partner up like you were reading about, I think they can back China down. But China owns a lot of stuff around the world, so we'll have to see how it goes. I mean, I got faith in Donald Trump, but we got to remember he's crashed and burned in the past, too. So I know my accounts are down quite a bit, and they went up a little bit today, and that market correction takes a lot longer than they say it does, because like you said, it didn't go all the way back up to where it was, and that usually takes a long time to do that. So we'll see how it goes.
All right, Lauren. Well, we're up to the news break here, but I don't know. I got a question. Are there still cattle rustlers out there, stealing cattle here and there?
Yeah, they do it. They do it there's certain states that have brand laws that you got to have brands on cattle, but a lot of states don't have brand laws anymore, and so guys can go out and they'll go take stuff right out of pastures in the middle of the night. But
okay, because I got a story coming up that you crossed my mind. I know that was why I asked, but we'll pick up there after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson scrapped tonight's vote on President Trump's budget bill. The Senate passed a sweeping funding plan over the weekend. Republican Party of New Mexico Chair Amy Barella spoke with USA.
By passing this package, the average citizen will bring home $3,300 more a year with their wages.
There does not appear to be any Democratic support. A federal appeals court is permitting the Trump administration to restart the firings of thousands of government employees. The court lifted a judge's order that blocked most of the firings of probationary employees. The three-judge panel found the group of Democratic attorneys general who filed the lawsuit lacked legal standing.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 2,962 points. The S&P 500 rose by 474 points. The Nasdaq gained 1,857 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch. And nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got a number of industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. The reason I asked the question there of the two-time world champion bull hauler, I came across an interesting story out of Colorado. The first report, they said, was filed just before Thanksgiving. 29 cows and calves. A rancher told a state agriculture official hadn't come home. 1 week later, 3 more reports from 3 other owners. But in one case, 46, 38, 31 head of cattle, all gone. 3 days after that, rancher Kelly Birch also alerted authorities. She had counted her herd, coming up 43 short. I have this cow, but not this calf, or I have this calf, but not this cow. Yeah, her family has run a cattle ranch on the same swath of public land for 106 years. Something's not adding up. So we're talking now nearly 200 missing bovines. Had spent the winter months grazing thousands of acres on the high Uncumberage Plateau, rugged country where, yes, some animals fall victim to predators, sometimes illness, sometimes weather, but never this many, and not without leaving lots of carcasses behind. Also unusual, the vast majority were calves. Ranchers, local authorities suspected they might have a modern-day case of cattle rustling on their hands. The disappearances in the fall set off an unprecedented state investigation spurred by Colorado's governor, involving sheriffs, a multi-agency task force, search planes, a $10,000 reward, and a bull rider turned cowboy who has scouted the area on horseback. This effort cast a spotlight on an enduring way of life in Colorado's more conservative western slope, where cattle bulk up in wild forests and canyon lands before eventually being sold to feed our appetites for burgers and steaks. Months later, with much of the possible crime scene still blanketed in snow, the case remains mostly cold. Lost livestock is not unheard of in this agricultural area, famed for its sweet corn, but nothing of this magnitude. According to an administrative sergeant at the Montrose County Sheriff's Office, they're leading the investigation. He spent the winter fielding tips about suspicious characters and even theories about alien abduction. He has ruled out insurance fraud. He is convinced it is at least partially a theft case, probably carried out by someone deeply familiar with the area, knowledgeable about the industry. He said, say you get a little heifer calf and you breed her and she has 5 babies for you. Now, what is her value? The answer is a lot. Drought and other pressures have caused the U.S. herd to steadily shrink since 2019. Consumer demand for beef is at a near record high at the same time. So that combination has sent cattle prices soaring. At market, the 187 missing cattle could fetch maybe $400,000, possibly more. So I guess there's good money in cattle rustling. All right, Eagle on board here on a Thursday. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm out here on the road. I'm at the truck stop right now. Headed back towards Texas. It looked like might get there. I don't think I'm gonna make it on Friday. It'll probably be Saturday before I get there. But yep, yeah, I'm gonna take the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, maybe Monday, and then get back out on the road and roll for about 2 weeks, and then get ready for Talladega. I'm gonna try. Definitely gonna be. Hopefully the rain doesn't rain or nothing. But that's not until the end of the month though. So we still got plenty of time for that. I think the 28th or 27th or something like that. But I'm definitely gonna be there for that. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the weather the next couple of weeks. You never know what's going on. Yeah, I'm down here and I'll see where the hell am I at right now. Man, forgot where I was at. Damn, let me see. Okay, yeah, I'm in Mississippi right now. Yeah, it's kind of cool in Mississippi where I'm at right now. Yeah, it's kind of cool outside, but it's not cold. So, yeah. Like I said, once I deliver this load in Mississippi, then get a load to Texas and take a couple of days off. But yeah, Steve, we got a lot of things going on with Trump and with the deals that he got going on. I don't know, man. Like I say, Steve, man, I hate to say what I'm about to say, but I hope it's not true. I hope it's not true, Steve. I'm kind of disappointed in Donald Trump, Steve. I hope, like I told you a couple of days ago, I hope he's not going soft on me. He's talking about he's gonna get these people a 90-day extension, talking about he gonna cut them down, because they trying to work with the U.S. And I agree with that. But Trump got to realize, he got to also think about this, Steve. These people might say that they want to negotiate or try to make something happen just to keep Trump from putting high dollar taxes and tariffs on them to get buy some time. That's what I think some of these countries are doing. I don't know if they really faithful in trying to make a deal. You see, that's what I'm concerned about. I wouldn't cut them no break, to be honest with you. Until they made a deal, that's when you get the break. But as far as China goes, Steve, Donald Trump needs to go full bore on these people. You can't cut them. I hope he don't cut them no break. I hope he don't come on TV in the next couple of days talking about that he gonna give China more time to think about things. No, they have more than enough time to think about what they've been doing. It's time for them to make a deal with the U.S. to where it's an equal situation, trade between the two countries. Nobody's asking China to give up the whole deal, but we want to have this thing equal, where they buy some of our products and we buy some of their products. So Donald Trump, Steve, I told you this a couple of days ago. So Donald Trump, he needs to be talking to Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, and he needs to start building facilities in America that can build these computer chip factories and the medication type deals for the antibiotics and other things that they let China make. We need to start making that in the U.S. So it's going to take a couple of years to get these. That's why he needs to start now. It's going to take a couple of years to build these factories and facilities, but it's got to be done. It's got to be done in America, because I think that's the main reason why China is taking the attitude that they're taking, Steve, because they know that we need these things from them, the antibiotics and the chips. And, I was thinking, remember back in 2020, Steve, if it does go down, it's going to be hell. I remember back in 20 and 21, if you had a truck problem, if your truck broke down, God help you, because you played hell getting some parts for your truck, whether it be a Freightliner, Peterbilt, or International, because a lot of that stuff comes from other countries. So if this tariff war does go down, you better hope your truck don't break down, because you won't be able to get no damn parts for it. It might in your car too. So, like I say, too many things don't went on, Steve. We don't let too many things be made in other countries. It's time to start doing this on our own. I remember I used to have family that worked at the Freightliner dealership in Cleveland, North Carolina, and they shut that down and moved it down to Mexico. Bad mistake. They damn near wiped out the whole town when they shut that factory down in Cleveland. A lot of people lost their jobs, and that town there's a damn ghost town now, Cleveland, North Carolina, because a lot of people lost their jobs. So it's in building Freightliners in Mexico. Same thing with the International. My company that I drive for right now, we used to haul a lot of international parts, and when International went down to Mexico, that we lost all that. That killed the international business for up in Ohio, where you at, up in Springfield. I used to deliver to one of them. Yeah, I went there a couple months ago. It's a damn ghost town up there in Springfield, where they got the international place at. They lost all their business. So, like I said, things have got to change, Steve. We got to start putting America first. Number one, we got to make American people jobs. I don't give a damn about somebody in China. I don't know nobody in China and don't want to know nobody in China. I'm not worried about them having a job. I'm worried about the U.S. And as far as the iPhone goes, they make the iPhone in China, and that's supposed to be a U.S. type deal. That iPhone, we need to be, I think you told last night how much it costs to make an iPhone, less than $50, but yet when they yet they sell it for $800 to $1,000 in America. You know how much profit they making off of the iPhone, Steve? The China, if they making a phone for less than $50 and they charging over $1,000 for the damn thing, it's ridiculous, and it's got to come to a stop. That phone needs to be made in America, and where it needs to be made at. And we don't have to pay this exact, because there's no reason for a damn phone to cost $1,500 or $1,000. That needs to come to change, and they need to bring it back to the U.S., Apple, or who's ever.
Right. Yeah, and I did clarify though that that it was $12.50 to $30. That was labor cost. It wasn't the cost of all those those microchips and all the various components. Because what you've got in that little smartphone, that little device, I mean, it's got as much technology as what used to be. Hell, I think the Apollo the Apollo moon missions, all the computer hardware they had, this would be equivalent or greater than what they even had on our rocket ships. So it's probably, they said, several $100s. It may be $400 ultimately, but the cost of the labor. Now, would it cost more for the smartphone if you make it in the U.S. and good-paying jobs, people making $30 an hour versus $1.78 per hour? All right, good morning to Big John. Hello, Steve, everybody. Hope everything's doing well. I see where Kentucky Buffalo Trace Distillery was underwater. That's not good. The price of whiskey just went up. Everybody drive safe. Have a great weekend when you get around to it. All right, Pappy sent me a heads up here about a little over an hour ago. Interstate 71 here in Ohio, about the 12-mile marker, headed over, let's see, they got it shut down there. Let's see. Then they followed up. It's going to be shut down all night. Yeah, possibly even into rush hour in the morning. I guess I got a big truck that they got to get off at. You can get off at the Montgomery, turn right. Montgomery Road exit, then turn right, go down to Kenwood, turn left, and you can get back on Interstate 71 South to bypass that. I think you said they got a semi overturned, so Interstate 71 shut down there. Thanks for the heads up, Pappy. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
As we roll into a brand new day, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. A couple of industry headlines via CDL Life this past day. They shared a story about one of the true old school truckers out there. This guy's been still not planning to hang it up after more than 3 decades and 3 million miles behind the wheel of one particular truck. In a brief interview, the driver, Jim, divulges a little information that definitely wouldn't fly in today's trucking industry. First, he's been driving since he was 14 years old. He said, my dad had a trucking company. I started driving over the road when I was 14. When asked if he's going to retire, Jim says, I should. I'm 77 years old, but doesn't seem convinced he'll ever make the leap. The interviewer then goes on to ask about the semi that he's driving, a 1999 Peterbilt. Jim says he bought the truck brand new, 28 miles on it, and he's put more than 3.5 million miles on it since then. He said the Caterpillar engine has had 3 overhauls, but it's the same motor ever since I bought it. So, yeah, it's an interesting interview. I think he's been out there, 60-some years? 63 years. Talk about an old schooler. If you want to peek at a real old school trucker, I'll try to share that video because they had the link there on CDL Life. And yes, Horse Feathers brought it up last evening. It's the biggest commercial vehicle inspection blitz every year, and it's just around the corner, literally weeks away. Here's what you need to know to prepare. It's International Road Check, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, scheduled May 13th through the 15th throughout North America. Inspectors will be paying special attention to 2 areas of emphasis in the 2025 Road Check: tires and false records of duty status are the primary focus, they say. When inspecting tires, officers will be looking for low tread depth, audible air leaks, flat tires, belt material or casing ply being exposed in the tread or sidewall, tread or sidewall separation, bulges in the sidewall, improper repairs like rubber-coated plugs in the sidewall, or items lodged between dual tires. When it comes to the record of duty status, inspectors will be checking for electronic logging device tampering, including driving while not logged in, disconnected devices, improper edits, something known as ghost drivers, a.k.a. claiming there's a co-driver when there is no co-driver present. Improper use of personal conveyance, special driving category there. Improper use of other exemptions, including the adverse driving conditions. Then recording off-duty time while performing work for a motor carrier or non-motor carrier. Road Check, as we know, is the largest targeted enforcement on commercial vehicles in the world. An average of 15 commercial vehicles inspected every minute during that 72-hour enforcement period. So it's Canada, U.S., Mexico all participate, but okay. Mark your calendars. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve. I guess in that word, say the word I-O, so off to work I go. I'd rather go back to home. But got a big news in the sporting world. I don't know if you heard this out of the world of baseball. You know who Pedro Martinez is, right?
Heard the name.
In my opinion, one of the best modern-day pitchers ever. Now, I didn't say all time. I just said modern day. I'm not going to take anything away from the Nolan Ryans or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Look up the Jet Set nightclub in Santo Domingo. They had a roof collapse there. It so far has killed 155 people. 124 people have been killed.
Yeah, I saw the headline about that this past day, and I don't know were there more than one baseball player included in that, or was he the only one? Or I've seen kind of conflicting reports.
Oh yeah, some of his family members are still missing. Also, too, pitcher Octavio Dontel, Tony Blanco, and Nancy Cruz. Now, Nancy Cruz is the governor of the Monte Cristo province, who is also the sister of Nelson Cruz.
Wow.
Now, when I got this story, too, it said there was 145 people had been rescued, and they don't know why the roof all of a sudden collapsed. So, but also, too, I know Brother Rambler's probably listening, too. Now, I know he's complaining about his poor Braves, off to the slow start. Look, Rambler, it's only the start of the season. I wouldn't be worried unless it was like, I don't know, after the All-Star break. But still, they did pick up a good trade over the weekend. I did see this. Rafael Montero was traded to the Braves from the Astros, and he's going to add some depth to the bullpen. I mean, you're talking 11 seasons, a 4.71 ERA. He's only had 2 runs over 3 hits this whole season. I don't think that's a bad pitcher, but we'll see how well he does. But Steve, are you ready for this weekend, buddy?
I got your email, and I don't know. Let me see, because we're going to pause for the news update there. He's checking it about Top Fuel Racing, NHRA. The headline was Top Fuel's 1,000th race. And taking a look at some of the names and milestones that got us there, that was the story from the NHRA. So is that the big story? We'll find out after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has announced a 90-day pause on some tariffs. The White House has said countries are going to be trying to renegotiate their trade deals, and experts say it's a major reshuffling of international trade.
What we're seeing right now is unprecedented in the history of international trade in terms of the level of tariffs that were proposed and the amount of change that's happening between the U.S. and so many different countries.
Seth Basham, a financial analyst with Wedbush Securities, says going forward, Trump's policies remain uncertain, but the 90-day pause is good news. He says there will be negotiations between the U.S. and other nations to see if they can reduce some of the initially planned tariffs. The Supreme Court is ruling President Trump can fire 2 independent agency watchdogs. Today, the justices reversed a lower court ruling stating that the officials should be reinstated. The ruling affects a member of the National Labor Relations Board and a member of the Merit Systems Protection Board. The acting IRS commissioner is resigning.
Multiple reports say Melanie Krause is stepping down after the agency agreed to share illegal immigrants' tax information with federal immigration agents. Krause is the third person to leave the agency since January. Doug O'Donnell was acting commissioner until announcing his retirement last month. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Over 1,700 pounds of butter is being recalled over bacterial contamination. The FDA says the product has high levels of coliform, which is a bacteria found in animal waste. The recall will affect Cabot Creamery's extra creamy premium butter with sea salt. This was sold in packs of 2 4-ounce sticks across multiple states. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 2,962 points. The S&P 500 rose by 474 points. The Nasdaq gained 1,857 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The United States Postal Service is preparing to raise the price of stamps. Today, the USPS announced the price of first-class mail stamps will go from 73 to 78 cents, while domestic postcards will also increase from 56 to 62 cents. Missouri authorities say a Lincoln County foster parent accused of abusing a girl in her care, then trading her for a monkey, had around 200 foster children over the years.
Brenda Deutsch appeared in court this week on several charges, and despite a request from her lawyer, her bond remains at $250,000. She was taken into custody after the victim alleged Deutsch would have her held down and then beat her. The girl was then reportedly left with someone in Texas, while Deutsch was given a monkey in return. John Summers, USA Radio News.
An endangered pod of orcas in Washington state has increased by 1.
An orca calf was seen swimming next to whale J40. The new calf is J63. This is J40's first known baby. The first year for an orca calf is especially perilous, and even more so with a first-time mom. Researchers say J63 appears to be healthy, which is a positive sign. This would be the 4th calf born to the southern resident population over the last year. I'm Brad Ford.
AAA reports that the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.23 a gallon. Mono County, California has it up to $5.84 a gallon, while Lamar County, Mississippi is down to $2.59. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we get another hour underway. Yeah, you made it through Hump Day. It's a Thursday. Got about an hour to go before our friends on the West Coast roll into a Thursday, Friday Eve. Good to have you on board. Let's get left off with Brain Dead. And he said we get ready for the big weekend. Is that the big one this weekend, the NHRA, or something else?
No. That's Charlotte. There's something even bigger than that, Steve.
Really?
And it's under the radar screen, and nobody's paying attention to it. So, Steve, do you have that nice little adult beverage laying around somewhere for this weekend?
I'm sure I'll stock up.
Make sure you do, because the Masters is this weekend. The golf tournament, the Masters, is this weekend.
I mean, that normally starts today then, normally, right? Starts on a Thursday? Starts today. Okay.
Can you believe it? We're already here to springtime, buddy. The Masters. See, that's how you know when it's springtime, right there, when the Masters kicks off. But you were teasing the whole drag racing story I sent you. There's even a bigger story in the news. Now, this is going to tie in IndyCar and NHRA. You ready for this one, buddy?
Lay it on us.
All right. You know who Graham Rahal is, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Well, you know he's married to Courtney Force, with John Force's daughter, I think the youngest one. Well, Graham Rahal's performance shop is going to sponsor Brittany Force in Top Fuel and Jack Beckman in Funny Car this weekend in Vegas. They're also going to be sponsoring them when they come to Indy for the U.S. Nationals. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, also, too, real quick, I'll jump in the NASCAR world real quick. Rural King is sponsoring Noah Gregston and Chandler Smith for 4 races. Schuler Systems is sponsoring Corey LaJoie. I bet Becky that's because my mom get tongue-tied really quick on that one, for the race this weekend at Bristol. Jesse Love will run his first race as a 20-year-old. It's in the Xfinity Series. Now, you know we've been talking about the charter lawsuit, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I told you the other day, Legacy Motor Club is suing Rick Ware Racing for their charter. Remember all this.
So next up is what?
Well, here's the thing. There was some more details released about that lawsuit there as well. Reportedly, Legacy Motor Club spent $45 million for this charter. Now, this kind of throws the thought in my head. Rick Ware is not a good team. They're not even mediocre at best. I mean, I don't even know how they got and keep a charter. I guess NASCAR just feels pity on them. But nonetheless, Legacy Motor Club spent $45 million for this charter from this team. Imagine what would happen hypothetically, and I'm throwing the hypothetically word out here, folks. Don't take me to this. But hypothetically speaking, say Richard Childress gives up his charters or Rick Hendrick gives up his charters. How much do you think those charters would bring if Rick Ware is bringing $45 million?
Did you catch my story last evening about the NASCAR has been hit with like a ransomware attack? And the ransom is like $4 million. And I guess they've shared some samplings of what they've got, this Medusa hacking firm. Mm-hmm. And you've been saying for months and months, NASCAR's got a lot of stuff that they don't want to be made public. Are they going to pay that $4 million? Because I'm assuming that's the kind of stuff that they don't want public that they're going to
I don't know. That's kind of one of those, they may not. Because remember, they're already in the lawsuit as it is. And they may go ahead and pay that money to keep it silent.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, remember what happened when Estes got hacked. They rebuilt their whole entire system.
Right.
Remember that?
Yep.
So it's hard to guess and hard to say. They may not. But it's interesting to see all the files they have. And it is going to be interesting to see. This 2311 front row lawsuit has gotten even deeper because I saw a blurb on it when I was getting ready to leave the house tonight. I'll have to share that with you tomorrow night. That it's getting deep already. I mean, NASCAR's got enough headaches with the lawsuit. Now they've got that ransomware attack, like you were saying. I don't know. I really... anything is possible right now.
Yeah,
anything is possible. But oh, by the way, I have a friend of mine who's our local minister that we go to church with. He asked me a question, Steve. He said, "Do you know the difference between a Methodist and a Baptist?"
Oh boy.
You know the answer?
What is it?
Methodists will wave to you at the liquor store. Not to me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's much new information, but the NASCAR scenario, U.S. sanctioning firm Racing's NASCAR had their data claimed to have been stolen by the Medusa ransomware gang on their leak site on the dark web. They also included purported attacks against California healthcare provider Pulse Urgent Care, the California insurer McFarland Commercial Insurance Services, Canadian industrial tooling solutions provider FS Tool Corporation, and UK construction and civil engineering company Bridgebank Ltd. According to HackRead, information pilfered from NASCAR, which was observed by HackRead to have included staff member names, email addresses, and titles, credential-related details, detailed raceway ground maps, would be exposed should they refuse to pay the $4 million ransom in 10 days. NASCAR, while it has yet to comment on the claims, NASCAR already has had one of its major teams subjected to a major Tesla crypt ransomware intrusion about 9 years ago. This Medusa's assertion also comes weeks after organizations were urged by an FBI and cybersecurity infrastructure agency to adopt multi-factor authentication and monitor improper certificate use to counter threats posed by some of these ransomware operations. Something as big as NASCAR, $4 million, you'd think, all right, is that kind of a drop in the bucket in the big scheme of things? Or are they going to fight back and look to, as he mentioned, Estes had to kind of rebuild their entire computer network after they were hacked last year. But quickly, back to the tariff discussion. The billionaire hedge fund investor, Bill Ackman, yesterday praising the decision for the 90-day pause, with the exception of China. Posting on X, he said, quote, "This was brilliantly executed by, at the real Donald Trump. Textbook art of the deal." Now, his praise after, as we know, Trump ratcheted tariffs up to 125% on Beijing in response to their retaliatory tariffs. Of course, it was the midnight hour there Wednesday. It was 104%. China responded, jacking U.S. tariffs from 34 to 84%. All right, so the 90-day halt after a few very chaotic days for markets around the globe, concerns about a possible recession. So the 3-month reprieve on reciprocal tariffs, which went in effect overnight, saw a surge in markets shortly after the president made the announcement. The Dow rose by 2,000 points, closed out the day up nearly 3,000 points. Thank you on behalf of all Americans, says Ackman. He had been one kind of pressing for a pause, apparently, over the past weekend. He, in a separate post yesterday, said he doubled down on his initial request Tuesday, saying he was supportive of the tariffs, but wanted the president to allow room, leave some time for these negotiations. Now, he also suggested small businesses could struggle due to the president's expansive trade agenda. He reiterated his suggestion that the administration kind of hit the brakes a bit. It is 844-844-3388. Back to the phones in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, who's next up here? Get back to the calls. Yeah, who we got on board? I'm not seeing a name there.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me good?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm the Rev. I've been listening to you since 98. You know, when Art Bell got boring, he went to Bigfoot and the Ghost. I'd switch over to you. And
yeah.
Listen, your caller's been messing with my time-space continuum and my what I know to be true, because I live 5 miles from the Freightliner plant in Cleveland, and they are far from closed. They haven't been closed ever. They've always had the Mexican plant, and there's parts distributors all over the place. You know, I don't know where these guys get their information from, but that place ain't going nowhere.
Okay, interesting.
That's it. It just made me mad. I'm like, why would they say that? They don't know what they're talking about.
Okay.
I'm driving a 2024 Freightliner right now.
So everything running full steam ahead there, in other words.
Yeah. They send parts to Mexico, and Mexico sends parts up there. You know, cross-border stuff. I think most of your larger companies, they buy the Mexican ones. The company I drive for, they buy the American ones. Mine was made 5 miles from my house. It's a pretty decent truck.
So you've been following since 1998, and I think you're a first-time caller, correct?
Yeah, I've only called in a radio station one time. I got a hold of Glenn Beck one time, and was arguing that it was pretty good when the Clintons were in office, and I was pretty stupid back then. I realized how ignorant you were, just a few years ago since everything started coming out.
Well, I've got your number here. We're going to hook you up with a first-time caller, $60. You can go to hotshotsecret.com, and have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products?
I have, man. I throw that stuff in here and burns it out, and truck runs good as new.
Okay. And did you say what was your handle again?
They call me the Rev. I'm not a reverend. It's just back when there was a certain preacher who was famous at the time, had my same last name, and that's about time you got nicknames and went from Reverend to Rev.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah, the old Jimmy Baker, yeah. Way back when.
Well, it's great to hear from you, Rev. Appreciate
That's good to talk to you, Steve.
Yeah, keep on
still
listening,
man.
Thank you so much. All right, watch your text messages. First time caller. There you go. Thank you very much. R&L Carriers in the news, partnering with the city of Abilene to build a $15 million trucking terminal as part of an economic improvement project for the area. R&L has agreed to build a $15 million, 58,000 square foot terminal in the Development Corporation of Abilene Business Park there in Texas. A family-owned trucking company has been operating in the city for over 20 years and has been offered a $1.465 million incentive package in exchange for their investment into the community. The investment package, part of the Project Bay, which is expected to make $173 million in direct and indirect economic impacts for the area, according to KTXS 12. This expansion is an investment, a resounding message to other businesses that Abilene is the premier destination to grow, scale, and serve the entire country from a central location, according to President, Chief Executive Officer of the DCOA. R&L Carriers has been part of the Abilene business community for over 20 years, proud to support their continued investment and expansion in the community. So this is going to bring R&L Carriers valuable jobs to the community, creates long-term economic benefits for families in Abilene, according to the mayor there, Weldon Hurt. All right, some growing, others not doing so well. Because we had at the same time headlines of several operations filing bankruptcy. In recent days, the story from FreightWaves, 2 trucking companies and a third-party logistics company recently filing Chapter 11 in separate cases. CNC Freight Network, Best Choice Trucking, and Best Logistics Incorporated, adding to the list, citing everything from mounting debt to payroll taxes as reason for their bankruptcy petitions. Massachusetts-based Best Choice Trucking, LLC. 9 drivers, 9 power units filed their petition Monday in U.S. bankruptcy court for the District of Massachusetts. The petition lists Ulysses Fabricio as president of the company, which hauls full truckload, last mile, and hazmat freight. Let's see. Best Choice listed their assets and liabilities between $1 million and $10 million. The company, which seeks to reorganize, has up to 49 creditors and maintains that funds will be available for unsecured creditors once it pays administrative fees. CNC Freight Network, a Brazelton, Georgia-based trucking company, 7 drivers and trucks, filing Chapter 11 protection Monday as well. In the bankruptcy court for the Northern District of Georgia, CNC Freight Network listed their assets and liabilities as well, between $1 and $10 million. They seek to reorganize. They said they have up to 49 creditors, but no funds will be available for unsecured creditors once it pays administrative fees. This particular CNC Freight, their largest creditor is the Small Business Administration for a COVID-19 economic injury disaster loan for $161,000 and some change. And lastly, we had the Memphis, Tennessee-based Best Logistics filing for bankruptcy protection in the Western District of Tennessee on Monday. This is a third-party logistics listing assets up to $50,000, liabilities of between $50,000 and $100,000, listing 49 creditors, maintaining that funds will be available for unsecured creditors once administrative fees are paid. We head down somewhere, rolling in the south. There's the Knuckle Buster. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. We're down here in the great state of Texas, headed for Coppell, Texas there this morning. What's the going interest rate right now for a business loan? Do you know? I don't have any idea.
I do not have no idea.
Well, now, I can't say it for a fact, but it used to be that people that immigrated to this country, since they were minorities, would get business interest rate at like 2 or 3%. Thank all your congressmen for that. They passed all that, forced the bankers to give them low interest rate loans there. So that's why they buy all that stuff up. They don't have to pay back near as much as you and I do. I know I traded a 2019 Chevy Silverado in for Tennessee, a new car, and I got $16,500 for the pickup. Got the car at half price, but the interest rate was still on up there. So I don't even remember exactly what the interest rate was right now. So, but that's why they able to buy all these businesses. They're encouraged to do it. So, I mean, hell, if I could get a loan at 2 or 3%, or even at 1%, hell, that wouldn't be much money to pay back, would it? Well, I pulled into this truck stop tonight and get some number 2 push water, Steve, and there was a tour bus in the stall next to me. You are never going to guess who was on that bus. I got talking to the driver, and I can't tell you who was on the bus, but I'll give you a hint. Just killing time. You recognize that song?
Clint Black.
Yeah, well, I didn't say that on the air, so Steve Summers did.
Yes.
Well, I got to meet the man himself. I told some jokes and sang for him, Steve. He's going to sign me to a recording contract the second Tuesday of next week. Oh, you know, that's bullshit. Baloney there, right?
Right. Oh, boy.
Well, anyway, yeah, it was nice. It was a good conversation there. So, anyway, I didn't even sing for him, so that's a good thing to be doing anyway there, right? But he was a nice gentleman. Him and his bus driver both. So,
I was playing country music. I think I was actually working there in Dalton, Georgia at the time when he kind of first hit the scene. It killing time. Hey, we're going to pause there. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. 844-844-3388. Back after a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has announced a 90-day pause on some tariffs. The White House has said countries are going to be trying to renegotiate their trade deals, and experts say it's a major reshuffling of international trade.
What we're seeing right now is unprecedented in the history of international trade in terms of the level of tariffs that were proposed and the amount of change that's happening between the U.S. and so many different countries.
Seth Basham, a financial analyst with Wedbush Securities, says going forward, Trump's policies remain uncertain, but the 90-day pause is good news. The Supreme Court is ruling President Trump can fire 2 independent agency watchdogs. Today, the justices reversed a lower court ruling stating that the officials should be reinstated. The ruling affects a member of the National Labor Relations Board and a member of the Merit Systems Protection Board. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see here. I did a quick search there, Knucklebuster. Business loan interest rates, like anything else, I guess, can vary significantly based on the loan type, lender, and obviously borrower's creditworthiness. Rates ranging from around 7% to over 30%. And small business association loans having fixed and variable rates based on the prime. Lenders, of course, look at your credit worthiness, business history, and financial stability to determine the interest rate and terms. Different types of loans, like SBA loans, term loans, and lines of credit, typically have different interest rate structures. Interest rates from the Small Business Association are tied to the prime. Which means, let's see, the SBA fixed rate can range from 12.5 to 15.5. Variable rate can range from 10.5 to 14. SBA micro loans Rates typically range between 8 and 13%. Then you got the bank term loans, which are, looks like quite a bit lower. A fixed rate averaging 7.3 to 7.6, variable averaging about 7.6. Online loans. Don't take a loan online, apparently. Online term loans can range from 14% to 99% APR. You interested in a 99% APR there, Buster?
No, sir. Absolutely not. Yep. But see, as a white man, they would charge me the top bracket. But as a minority, what are they going to charge a minority, Steve?
I don't know. I guess does it depend on their creditworthiness?
Right. Well, it depends on what the government tells them to do, too, right?
Uh-huh.
Yep. Well, extra, read all about it, Steve. Did you know that Kentucky Fried Chicken introduced a fried chicken flavored toothpaste?
Is that from the...
And this ain't no April Fool's.
I was going to say, is that from the Babylon Bee or what?
No, that's the truth out of Fox News.
Wow.
And it sold out the moment it hit the market, Steve. You want me to send you the link?
How many tubes did you buy?
I didn't buy any. I've got toothpaste at the house. I ain't got but a piece of my own. That's because a mortar round about took my head off, and then I got tied up in that Camp Lejeune water survey, drinking all that contaminated water over there. But I've got dentures in my pocket right now, and but I got toothpaste at the house there, so I didn't need to buy any of that Kentucky Fried Chicken flavor. I don't know if I'd want to do that. That don't sound too good.
It does not sound appealing to me. No.
Well, I'll have to send it.
I pulled up the story. I'm looking at it here. I mean, so I get you. They're saying the New York Post said they're selling out. If I want to taste Kentucky Fried Chicken, I want the good old fashioned original recipe chicken breast. That's my go-to.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. There. I got one last story for you, Steve. I was sitting on a plane when this beautiful woman boarded and sat right down beside me. We struck up a conversation about our trip. She told me she was going to Boston as a speaker for an Nymphomaniacs convention, excuse me. She started giving me facts about the best male lovers. She said Native American Indian men are the most endowed. It's men of Mexican descent who are the best lovers. The lover with the best stamina is the Southern redneck. She said, I'm sorry, but I didn't even know your name. I said, it's Tonto Gonzalez, but my friends call me Bubba. And Steve, that's all my bull on it for today.
Yeah, you got all three for one. So he wasn't kidding. Fried chicken isn't just a food anymore. It's also a paste. Yuck. KFC introducing a fried chicken flavored toothpaste. The flavor inspired by all of KFC's 11 herbs and spices. Like biting into a hot, juicy piece of KFC original recipe, this paste is irresistible. Coating your teeth in flavor before leaving your mouth feeling fresh and clean. So says the news release from the Kentucky-based fast food chain. Apparently, KFC partnered with the toothpaste manufacturer Hismile to unveil the newest dental hygiene product for a limited time. We love pushing boundaries, and what better way to do that than bringing KFC's legendary flavors into an everyday essential. Okay. This collaboration is bold, unexpected, and really fun. Apparently, finger-licking good toothpaste appeals to the oral care-minded public. The toothpaste, which is offered exclusively on the HiSmile, H-I-S-M-L-A, His Smile, HiSmile website, $13. $13 for a tube of tooth. It was sold out as of Tuesday morning. Fox News Digital reached out to a representative to find out when more will be available. The toothpaste description on the website claims it contains a fluoride-free formula and has long-lasting oral health benefits. Okay. If you're eager to get your hands on a tube of the toothpaste, you have to wait for the next supply. You can always try the new KFC electric toothbrush, which via the same website is available for $59. Okay. Good morning, Daryl. How about some KFC toothpaste? How's that sound?
Well, now, it just sounds lovely. I got to meet the old man. His wife owned a restaurant there in Simpsonville, Kentucky, called Colonel Ladies Dinner House. And I pastored a church at Harrisonville, Kentucky, just down from Waddy in Shelby County, and I would take my family over there to eat on special occasions, and he would drop by. My children were probably in the 4th and 7th grades, and he would give them a business card and sign the back of it. I kind of wished I could find one of them.
Wow.
I remember his hands were gnarled and drawn with arthritis. He had to be in his 80s when I talked to him.
Mm-hmm.
But he was a gentleman. How is Stryker and how is the family?
Everybody doing well. Doing just fine.
I was interested in Knuckle Busters. Clint Black. I was traveling down 77 going through the Happy Valley one night, and a bus just blowed my ears off of my 18-wheeler, and I looked at the bumper, and it said, "Hello, darling," and I picked up my mic on my CB, and I said, "Hello, darling." Conway came back and said, "Hello, darling."
Ah, really?
Conway Twitty.
How about that?
Yeah. That bus must have been doing 85, and I was doing about 55 back in the 55 speed limit days. But they have to go from one place to another, and they go fast.
Got a
big old buses.
As the old song said, a long way to go and a short time to get there.
I mean, they don't think nothing about going from Pittsburgh to Tampa, Florida for their next gig. And that's a long haul across there. I've been following Robert Kennedy's fluoride thing where they're taking fluoride out of the water.
Mm-hmm.
I was born on a farm in Arkansas, and we got our water out of the creek and out of a spring and what ran off of the house. And I never had any fluoride in my water until I was at least 11 years old. And I still got all my teeth.
There you go.
And I still go to the dentist and have my teeth cleaned every 3 months. And I just been interested in that because my generation didn't have any fluoride. I went to school from like 46 to 58, and those of us born on the farm we didn't know what fluoride was. So our generation survived without it.
Mm-hmm.
And I never heard of autistic children until I moved to Ohio. So that, I guess we always had them, but no one talked about it. And I don't know where it comes from, but my heart goes out to the families with autistic children, whatever causes it.
Mm-hmm.
but we didn't have a lot of vaccines either. I had a smallpox vaccine when I was 6 years old, and I had a whooping cough shot when I was about 2 or 3 years old. And that's all I remember getting growing up. So I had the measles, and I had chicken pox, and I had other stuff along the way.
All those things that you have natural immunity to now.
I guess, and I smoked from the time I was 6 till I was 24, and I thought that might have built up some immunity because I smoked every brand known to man. I didn't care what it was. I smoked it. And my throat was sore one day, and I was a traveling salesman at that time, and I had a Ford van, and I was going down the road, and my windows down, and I looked at that Lucky Strike, and I couldn't hardly swallow for a sore throat, and I threw them out the window and never smoked another cigarette.
Just like that, huh?
But when I go to a doctor, they want to know if I've ever smoked. I'll soon be 85. I said, yes, sir. I'm afraid I did from the time I was 6 years old till I was 24. And they just sit there and shake their heads. Are you still puffing the weed?
Oh, yeah, of course, yes.
I know I used to hear you talk about going out at break time, and I remember when you was over there at Kenwood, you locked yourself out one time and couldn't get back in.
I got locked out there one time, and then I also got, when I was on how many years ago was the truck show down there, and when I was doing from WHAS studios in Louisville, I think it was. And got locked out there, and there was nobody to let me in. I was locked out for like an hour.
Were you live on the radio?
Yeah, we were broadcasting live there from the Mid America Truck Show. Yep.
Okay.
That's back in the days when we actually did it live from midnight to 5. We'd go to one of the iHeart studios down there. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I would always hear you guys trying to rustle around at the radio station, trying to find something out of one of them machines that sells crackers or month-old candy bars or whatever, and they'd be out of service. I bet you that was a treat.
Daryl been listening for a few years. Yeah, right. And it makes you mad.
I'll let you go. I enjoyed Knuckle Buster's stories. He must have an armload of those, and I like to tell stories down the road. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Daryl, have a great morning. Thanks for chiming in. And it is 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, about 9 before the hour. In other industry headlines, I had wondered about this when they made the changes, the hours of service regulations. How many years ago has it been? Split sleeper berth was, one of the hot topics. I found it rather interesting. The FMCSA announcing they have renewed an exemption that gives McKee Foods Transportation, I guess that's the McKee Bakeries, right? Their team drivers expanded split sleeper berth options. In a notice published in the Federal Register this past day, the FMCSA granted the Tennessee-based trucking company an exemption that allows its team drivers to split their sleeper berth time into 2 periods as long as neither is less than 2 hours. They've been operating under this exemption since 2015. So with the exemption, team drivers from McKee can use split sleeper berth options 8 and 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, as well as the 5 and 5. The 5 and 5, and I don't believe the 6 and 4 is even available for everyone else. The current regulation says splits can be 8, 2, 7, 3. The FMCSA granted this specific exemption for McKee Foods team drivers, but said they lack sufficient data to allow 6, 4, and 5, 5 for all motor carrier operations. Why is it good for thee but not for me? That's my question. Before the changes to hours, I know many company drivers that use the 5 and 5. All right, with respect to MFT's operation, MFT has operated under the exemption with specific terms and conditions, including a 26-hour off-duty period every week and a daily drive time limit of 10 hours since March of 2015. The FMCSA has not observed any adverse safety impact from their operation under the exemption for 10 years. In the original exemption application, the company said that its drivers average 53 hours per week on the road. In addition, it said the additional split sleeper option provides a more flexible work pattern for both drivers. And that's the argument for many team operations out there. Everybody knows, there are times when if you're trying to take that break, you may sleep 5 hours, but you're restless, you're tossing till you're not sleeping, but you're just waiting to get back behind the wheel. More likely to be tired when you do. That's obviously some of the safety advocacy groups speaking out against the 5 and 5. They argue that 5 hours rest is not enough for anyone to get appropriate rest to be ready to get back behind the wheel. So, meanwhile, a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour, it's 844-844-3388. Out of the box this morning, Pappy had kind of chimed in regards to Iran. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Benjamin Netanyahu sat down with President Trump this past day, and they're talking, we're going to hold direct talks with Iran. And the way things sound, Trump is not messing around. repeating his threat to use military force if Iran doesn't agree to end their nuclear program, saying Israel would play a key role in any military action. Trump said Iran could not be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, and if they declined to stop development efforts, military action could follow. Trump said, "I'm not asking for much, but they can't have a nuclear weapon." Speaking to reporters after signing several executive orders this past day, if it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will obviously be the leader of that. No one leads us. We do what we want. He declined to address when military action can happen. What do you want him to spell out? Time, date, locations, so Iran can... Sometimes reporters are stupid. Now, he went on to say, "I don't want to be specific, but when you start talks, you know if they're going well or not." And I would say the conclusion would be when I think they're not going along well. On Monday, he made the surprise announcement that the U.S. and Iran were poised to begin direct talk on Tehran's nuclear program coming up this Saturday, warning that Iran could be in great danger if these talks are not successful. Now, Iran, which had pushed against Trump's demands in recent weeks, said indirect talks could be held, a.k.a. like a third party, maybe in Oman, underscoring the differences between the two countries. Tuesday, Iran's state media said the talks would be led by Iran's foreign minister and the U.S. presidential envoy Steve Witkoff, with the intermediation of Oman's foreign minister. Now, the U.S. and Iran held indirect talks during the Biden administration, made little, if any, progress. The last known direct negotiation between the two were under the then President Barack Obama, who spearheaded the 2015 international nuclear deal that Trump, of course, later abandoned. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has announced a 90-day pause on some tariffs. The White House has said countries are going to be trying to renegotiate their trade deals, and experts say it's a major reshuffling of international trade.
What we're seeing right now is unprecedented in the history of international trade in terms of the level of tariffs that were proposed and the amount of change that's happening between the U.S. and so many different countries.
Seth Basham, a financial analyst with Wedbush Securities, says going forward, Trump's policies remain uncertain, but the 90-day pause is good news. He says there will be negotiations between the U.S. and other nations to see if they can reduce some of the initially planned tariffs. The Supreme Court is ruling President Trump can fire 2 independent agency watchdogs. Today, the justices reversed a lower court ruling stating that the officials should be reinstated. The ruling affects a member of the National Labor Relations Board and a member of the Merit Systems Protection Board. The acting IRS commissioner is resigning.
Multiple reports say Melanie Krause is stepping down after the agency agreed to share illegal immigrants' tax information with federal immigration agents. Krause is the 3rd person to leave the agency since January. Doug O'Donnell was acting commissioner until announcing his retirement last month. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Over 1,700 pounds of butter is being recalled over bacterial contamination. The FDA says the product has high levels of coliform, which is a bacteria found in animal waste. The recall will affect Cabot Creamery's extra creamy premium butter with sea salt. This was sold in packs of 2 4-ounce sticks across multiple states. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 2,962 points. The S&P 500 rose by 474 points. The Nasdaq gained 1,857 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The United States Postal Service is preparing to raise the price of stamps. Today, the USPS announced the price of first-class mail stamps will go from 73 to 78 cents, while domestic postcards will also increase from 56 to 62 cents. Missouri authorities say a Lincoln County foster parent accused of abusing a girl in her care, then trading her for a monkey, had around 200 foster children over the years.
Brenda Deutsch appeared in court this week on several charges, and despite a request from her lawyer, her bond remains at $250,000. She was taken into custody after the victim alleged Deutsch would have her held down and then beat her. The girl was then reportedly left with someone in Texas, while Deutsch was given a monkey in return. John Summers, USA Radio News.
An endangered pod of orcas in Washington state has increased by 1.
An orca calf was seen swimming next to whale J40. The new calf is J63. This is J40's first known baby. The first year for an orca calf is especially perilous, and even more so with a first-time mom. Researchers say J63 appears to be healthy, which is a positive sign. This would be the 4th calf born to the southern resident population over the last year. I'm Brad Ford.
AAA reports that the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.23 a gallon. Mono County, California has it up to $5.84 a gallon, while Lamar County, Mississippi is down to $2.59. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, everybody on the same page here in the lower 48 as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you on board. Speaking of the West Coast, strong area of high pressure, bringing unusual warmth for this time of year for the rest of the week and this weekend. Forecasters at AccuWeather say the highs looks to be the strongest now into Friday. Then it weakens a bit this weekend as it slides eastward, but temperatures running 10, 20 degrees above average. Could be looking at some records being challenged. Temperatures are going to feel actually 10 degrees warmer than the actual air temperature when you get the heat index, as they refer to it. Phoenix likely to experience your first 100 degree or higher reading of the year today, Thursday. Then Friday and Saturday, you may top 100 once again. California, the interior, gets very warm. Of course, the sea breeze keeps the coastal areas relatively cool. Could see some short-lived fog near and along the coast to start the day. The core of the heat begins to shift further to the east over the southwest this weekend. As this occurs, temperatures are going to intensify in the California deserts first, then the Nevada and Arizona deserts as the weekend progresses. Some of that heat even makes its way over to the Denver area. You may be challenging some record highs this weekend. Obviously, with the heat, the dry conditions, wildfire risk will be on the increase. Use extreme care with open flames, power equipment, or anything that might lead to sparks. And they always advise motorists avoid parking vehicles, even for a few minutes, on any high grass or brush, as heat from the exhaust systems can start fires, and that's happened on more than one occasion. Sundance on a Thursday, Friday Eve. Good morning.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
You know the history behind the floor. Oh, good. I'm sorry I didn't let you answer, but do you know the history behind the fluoride?
All I know is,
when it started here.
Not really. I mean, I think fluoride has been in the waters since I was a kid. It was all supposed to be about preventing tooth decay, right? Too many kids with cavities.
Well, that's the story that the government told you.
Yeah.
It started after World War II. Okay. When our military was over in Germany, and they got to talking, the German military and our military kind of commingled after World War II, and they couldn't figure out how they got the Jews to stay in the concentration camps instead of trying to escape, because they knew that them people were leaving and they wasn't coming back, and they never tried to escape. And you know what the Germans told them? We gave them fluoride. And that's the rest of the story. So that's why we have all these autisms and all that stuff. It wasn't about to save your teeth. I mean, I look around,
so
Steve, and I'm going to tell you what.
We've been lied to. We've been lied to our entire life, right? We've been lied to.
Oh, about a whole bunch of stuff. But, I mean, it's crazy what we live in and what we're supposed to be doing is two different things. But they have control and they've indoctrinated us. I mean, Rockefeller's the one that got all this doing. Rockefeller's the one that set up our education system. And you know what kind of man he was. He wanted workers, obedient workers. He didn't want nobody to learn anything. So we're 100 years into that. That's why the Amish do so good by themselves, because they only go to school for 8 years, and then they're ready to go. And have you seen the videos of them putting up a barn in a day?
Yeah, absolutely. They all come together as a community. It's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing.
You ever seen them take an seen them take an entirely built barn, and all the guys will move the damn barn from one side of the field to the other?
Yeah, I saw it like 200 guys pick up the whole barn and move it. I saw that one too. Yeah. Well, you could. I mean, it's amazing. I honor their spunk. I mean, I admire their spunk. But yeah, I mean, we see, and the way our Social Security stuff was set up. I mean, it's a great plan, but I think what happened, Steve, was during Vietnam when we had all the protesters and we had, people not wanting to go fight for war and all that stuff.
Right.
It really made the elites mad. And if you look back to the 70s, that's when this whole dichotomy changed in this country. Because people before, I mean, do you know today that the baby boomer generation owns more houses than Gen X, Gen Z, and millennials combined?
What's the reason for that? Because they got more savings, got more money. They had work ethic.
Well, you hear the politicians always say that they spent their children's money and their grandchildren's money. And it goes back to when you're born, you get a bond for $1 million. That's where the government gets their money when they turn.
Yeah, I mean, we've been through that before there. So let's just move on from that one. Fluoride. The practice of adding fluoride to drinking water. A public health measure to prevent tooth decay. In the 1940s, after observations linked naturally high fluoride levels in some communities with fewer cavities. Early 1900s, a guy by the name of Frederick McKay, a dentist in Colorado Springs, noticed some of the children that had kind of brown stained teeth, which was later linked to high fluoride levels, also had lower rates of tooth decay. Henry Dean and his team conducted a study of 7,200 children in 21 cities, finding those with higher fluoride levels in their water had fewer cavities and less severe decay. That's 1942. 1945, Grand Rapids becomes the first community in the U.S. to fluoridate the drinking water. Results showed a significant reduction in tooth decay among kids. You move from 1945, 1946, other pilot schemes followed, including Newburgh, New York, They started fluoridating in May of 45, Evanston, Illinois, January of 46. Fluoridation of water became the official policy of U.S. public health in 1951. By 1960, fluoridation had become widely used in the U.S., reaching about 50 million people at the time. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 1999, named fluoridation of drinking water one of the 10 great public health interventions of the 20th century. While the benefits of fluoridated water in preventing tooth decay are well established, there are ongoing discussions and research about what the proper level of fluoride in drinking water and potential risks as well. Now, obviously, if you're drinking more water, one child drinks a lot of water, they're cumulatively getting more of the fluoride in their systems. So what's the recommended amount to drink? What's the recommended level of fluoride in the water? And there's a lot of research yet to be done. Why does Europe not put fluoride in the water? Some European countries do, but many have chosen not to. Instead opting for other methods to promote dental health, like fluoridated salt or fluoride toothpaste, or simply relying on natural fluoride levels in some areas. Differs around the world. Like 16 past the hour. 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, what else? Real quick, a couple other tidbits. Fluoride. Kind of exactly what I was saying. Every individual consumes a different amount of water on any given day. I've always used tap water. You can't get my wife to drink tap water for love or money. She wants the bottled water. Of course, as kids, we didn't even have bottled water, did we? It was out of the tap, or as Daryl said, out of the well, out of the spring, the natural spring water. But there's a condition known as dental fluorosis. Too much exposure to fluoride, especially during childhood when your teeth are developing can lead to dental fluorosis, discolored teeth, pitting of the teeth. There are some studies that suggest there's a link between high fluoride intake and other health issues, bone problems, thyroid problems, kidney problems. Some dentists and patients are focusing on alternative methods for maintaining oral health. Regular brushing and flossing, the healthy diet, natural oral hygiene products. And I've said on more than one occasion when I was a kid, we weren't drinking soda pop, sugar water, carbonated drinks. That was a once in a blue moon kind of a special treat to be allowed to have a Coke or a Pepsi. I remember going down whenever I go to my great-grandma's house. She would always let us, me and my uncle would get to split a Coke. It's like, wow, that was a treat. Fascinated by pouring a drink and you had the bubbles. Kids nowadays, I mean, they're all drinking the fruit juices, the high sugar, high fructose corn syrup, all this stuff, and this stuff eats your teeth up big time. But I digress. Who else we got on board? See what's going on with Pappy here. Click of the mouse. There it goes. Hey, Pappy!
What up, Steve? Hey, man, this ain't going to be the first time that I agree with Sundance. If he says something I agree with, Steve, I'll back him up 100%. He's 100% correct.
What was that?
On this fluoride deal. I mean, obviously, in the concentration camps, they were giving them extremely high doses. Not that they're putting in hard drinking waters and supporting. But Steve, it's a known fact. I saw some interviews with Kennedy, as a matter of fact. I saw some interviews with some other people on this whole fluoride deal, that the government has covered up what this fluoride has been doing to these children. The benefits of having healthy teeth does not outweigh what this fluoride's been doing.
I mean, it said the bone problems, thyroid, kidney. I mean, does Kennedy think it's also contributing maybe to the autism thing?
Steve, I hate to sit here and give a specific because it's been a couple years since I've seen that, but I remember coming away from some of these interviews in a couple of years that they should not be putting fluoride in the water. I guess the government feels that, well, we're not sure that we can force these kids to brush their teeth, so we're going to put fluoride in the water.
Right. Well, then, I mean, so you're
back in the day, they just used baking soda.
Yeah, I'm drinking my fluoridated water, and then I'm brushing my teeth with fluoride toothpaste, and then some of the mouthwashes are fluoridated. I mean, how do you determine how much is too much? Yeah. I think if you when you go to the dentist, obviously they give you the fluoride for you to clean your teeth. I'm not saying that the dentist should not use fluoride cleaning your teeth, but putting it in the toothpaste, putting it in the water, I think we're just getting overexposed. Right.
And there's a reason for it. So I tend to agree with Sundance on that one. Man, it doesn't sound like him. He needs to get better. I just left the old homestead, Steve. Stopped in the Shell there on Montgomery Road and got me a Mountain Dew. Sort of take a picture of the 6th floor, but it's just it's just raining too hard out here. The picture wasn't going to turn out that way. Yeah, we had a semi overturn. I guess the car cut it off. Flipped over on its side, leaking fuel. It's a mess. Probably going to be that way till daylight.
So it's still shut down there,
Calling a
71?
bunch of... Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I just got relieved. I was sitting there in Montgomery and 75. Another officer relieved me. I think it was a semi full of cheese. So, see, we got to pay attention to what's going on here, man, in these next few weeks, months. We'll deal with China. I mentioned last night, China's economy, Steve, is not doing well.
Correct.
And these tariffs are going to hurt them a lot worse than it's going to hurt us because they export a lot of stuff to this country. Now, I think the only thing we export to them is maybe farm equipment, maybe. I don't know. But see, this could get ugly. I don't know if you heard all this talk, too. I mean, Trump's been coming out, so has Netanyahu, just to talk about Iran. I was watching Hannity last night. He had a powwow with a bunch of senators up at the Capitol. See, these senators, when they were talking about Iran getting a bomb, I think they already got one. These senators were saying, Hannity asked them, what are we talking, weeks, months? They said, no, hours, days. Hours, days. I think they already have one. They just don't have the delivery system. Lindsey Graham was talking about, well, they don't have a delivery system. And, what's his name? Big on it. Anyway, he said they don't need a missile system, dude. They can put an atomic bomb on a ship, park that thing in the Gulf of Mexico and set it off. Park it off the East Coast. They don't really have to have that intercontinental ballistic missile to do its harm. Trump made it clear if they develop a bomb, Israel's going to attack them. I think I mentioned this a couple months ago. Israel does not have the capability to, with these bunker busters, to get in there and try to take out these nuclear facilities. They need the United States. They don't have the bombers to do it. And I don't think they got the big bunker busters that we got that are able to actually penetrate and get down in there and do it.
Well, I saw the photographs.
See what happened Saturday.
I saw the photos earlier this week where we have deployed, 6 of the B-2 Spirit stealth bombers over there to the Indian Ocean. Yeah, they got the satellite, and they're actually parked out where satellites can take photos. It's a message to Iran, supposedly, that they're there. And I guess those can't be detected on the radar and whatnot. And I don't know.
See, this is all playing patty cake with China and Iran. China's thinking about making a move on Taiwan. Trump's probably telling them, if you go into Taiwan, we're going to go into Iran. I'll talk about it more tomorrow. You're at the bottom of the break. I got to go. I'll talk to you.
All right, we'll talk to you then. Thank you very much. Okay, so yeah, all right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Strange times we live in.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And they'll be fair deals. I just want fair.
President Trump says no other president would have done what he did regarding tariffs. He spoke outside the White House, shortly announcing a 90-day pause on some tariffs.
People were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy.
The pause excludes China, but Trump says China wants to make a deal. The president expressed confidence that a trade deal will be made with every country.
IRS attorneys had also pushed back, saying
the deal likely violated privacy laws. However, it still went ahead and Krauser opted to resign.
The acting IRS commissioner is resigning.
Multiple reports say Melanie Krause is stepping down after the agency agreed to share illegal immigrants' tax information with federal immigration agents. Krause is the third person to leave the agency since January. Doug O'Donnell was acting commissioner until announcing his retirement last month. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
This group, American Truckers United, have been getting some attention from some unusual sources. Typically, it would be some of the trucking publications. Coverage maybe from The Trucker or Overdrive Online. Numerous that focus on trucking news. Shared one individual that hosts a nationwide syndicated program last week. I can't recall his name. Breitbart News Daily yesterday. Discussing that American truckers are having to compete with foreigners. We've been talking about this for some time now here in the United States. Again, Breitbart News Daily describing the major issue American truckers continue to face. Yeah, there's been a narrative that's been pushed out for several years now that we've got this driver shortage crisis. It's not been years, it's been decades. In fact, I think we only have about 3.5 million truck driving jobs to fill across the country. Our data from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration that we've analyzed shows we have over 6 million United States commercial driver's licenses that have been issued. There's more than enough people that have been issued licenses for the 3.5 million jobs that exist. But nobody wants to be a trucker. Shannon Everett, co-founder of America's Truckers United, says. Yes, more than enough. Now, explaining it's because they have to compete with slave wages. The American trucking industry is experiencing a replacement of the American truck driver with this new truck driver that's being brought into the country, being dumped in, explaining that it's difficult for U.S. truck drivers to compete with foreigners from Eastern Europe, Asia, and all these places that are used to making third world living wages. They're used to having third world living standards. So they don't mind living in their truck. They don't mind never going home. They don't mind making a third of what the American truck driver makes. So the American truck drivers continually being pushed down. Their standards being pushed down. Their wages pushed down. Of course, nobody wants to drive a truck. Now, I explained there are loopholes that are making this a reality. For instance, the U.S. is allowing foreign commercial drivers licensed to be used on America's highways. Yeah, I pointed to one example with the death of Scott Miller in Colorado in a semi-truck crash. Yeah, the guy that was killed by a driver who had been deported 16 times. He was actually under deportation orders at the time of the accident. So I knew exactly what was going on with that driver because of my experience with the cross-border lanes and the competitors. Everett said they believe controls were in place to stop the insourcing and flooding of the industry. Everything would just adjust properly. But what's going on today that's even a bigger problem than what we just described is the issuance of U.S. commercial licenses called non-domicile CDLs being given to non-citizens. Yeah, that just started in 2021 under what's called the Biden-Harris Trucking Action Plan. So we actually have non-citizens. Yeah, just similar to what you saw those reporting on recently. Yeah, hey, we found out these guys are getting EAD cards. We found out they're getting Social Security numbers. But they've left one loose end. They're also getting commercial driver's licenses. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, see if Eagle's hanging in there. Are you with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. I didn't fall asleep this time like I did last night. Yeah, Steve, I got a couple things to talk about. Truck driving deal. First of all, I want to talk about what you was just talking about, these foreign drivers, and then I got something else. I want to talk about this inspection thing you're talking about coming up in May. Yeah, Steve, I've been noticing something, because I live in Texas, and I'm seeing more and more trucks with these B1 drivers or whatever the hell they are coming out of Mexico, rolling in the U.S. now. And another thing that you'll notice is that there's two people in the truck. They're not running one driver; they're running two people in these trucks. And it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know the pay of these individuals, but it wouldn't surprise me if they was paying them 30 cents a mile and splitting it up and paying them 15 a piece. I wouldn't be shocked to find out that people were making that type of money. I was making that kind of money back in the 90s when I first started driving. And even if they paying them 30 cents a mile, they still getting ripped off. That's not even close to what I'm making right now. So, like I said, you'll notice that it's always two drivers in these trucks. These trucks, these Spanish, Mexican drivers, wherever they come from. And like I say, they run in the truck 24 hours a day. The company is making a killing with these guys, but it's hurting the freight rate for the American companies because they're lowballing the American trucking companies because they are hauling the freight cheaper, and a lot of companies don't want it. But like I say, I've been doing this, Steve. Owner operators are basically almost out of business in the U.S. now. When I started driving, you used to see a lot of owner operator trucks. I used to get passed all day long by owner operators running, 80 miles an hour, 85 miles an hour down the interstate blowing you up. I very rarely get past. My truck do 75, and I very rarely get passed up by anybody now except for one of those bull haulers, them guys that's running them out cattle or something like that. But other than that, I very rarely get passed by owner operator. Like I said, them guys are basically out of business. You see what's going on with Monkey Gouger. He talking about getting out of the deal, and you can't really blame him nowadays. The best way to do it is to stay in the company truck and let somebody pay it. Let somebody else pay all the bills. These trucks nowadays are $150,000 to $200,000. You'll be working the rest of your life pay off a damn truck. Even if you do decide to buy a lease, it's almost a waste of time. So these guys, these Spanish drivers are lowballing the American companies. And like a lot of these guys, like I said, I had a confrontation with a guy about a week or so ago, and the guy don't even speak English or nothing. He's sitting there. You try to tell the guy that he's blocking the fuel pumps, so he go in the truck start here. These guys, they have no consideration for they'll pull up to a fuel pump, Steve, and act like they fueling up. They'll grab their bag, shower bag, and go in there and take a shower and leave the truck on the fuel pump. 30, 45 minutes, an hour, you see that same damn truck parked on the fuel, and then you'll see him walk back out of the truck stop with his shower bag and a bag of McDonald's and jump back in the truck and drive off. He just blocked up a fuel pump for over an hour. He don't give a damn. Then I'm at a Love's truck stop right now, Steve, and they got trucks that are I've seen the same truck parked on the fuel lane all night long. When I went to sleep, about 9 or 10, it was there, and it's damn near 2 or 3 in the morning. Same truck parked on the fuel lane. They ain't pumped down 1 gallon of fuel. But that's what these people do now. There's no consideration for other truck drivers, Steve, whatsoever. And I've already told you about the bobtails, guys. That's one of the most inconsiderate things you can do is park a bobtail in a truck and trailer parking. They got all kind of places you can park your truck. You park up front where the damn cars park at if you have to. But no, they want to inconvenience another truck driver by parking one little truck in a space that's designed for a truck and trailer. But they don't give a damn. You ask the guy to move the truck, he want to start a confrontation with you. So that's what the trucking has got to. Now, as far as this inspection thing goes, Steve, I made the mistake of last year. I messed up my home time, and I was scheduled to come back out when the inspection started. My boss man told I called up my boss and told him I wanted to sit out 2 or 3 days until the deal was over. He said, no, I couldn't do that because I'd already been at home 2 days. So I'm not making that mistake this time. I'm gonna make sure that my home time is during this 3 or 4 day blitz that you're talking about. Because see, Steve, what'd you say?
The 72-hour road check, 3-day road check. Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna make sure that my truck is parked. I'm gonna make sure I'm at home for those 3 days. I'm not gonna be caught up in that. Because see, it's not about safety, Steve. It's not about safety whatsoever. They want to tell you that it is, but it's about making money and revenue. That's what these guys, what this 72-hour deal is about making money. There's no truck riding down the interstate, Steve. I don't care who you are, unless you're riding in a brand new truck, and that might not be 100%. If a DOT inspector, if he wants to find something wrong with your truck, you best believe he can find something wrong with your truck, whether it be your brakes or out of adjustment, or you got an air leak, or you got something wrong, a rim, a lug nut is leaking. Something that the inspector can find. So all these people say, oh, well, my truck is good, I don't have to worry about no inspection. Well, keep on thinking that. You'll think that until they pull you in and they find something wrong and shut you down, or either take some money out of your pocket. So go ahead on and stay on the road. I know you're going to have, because a guy called in after me and said, well, man, I'm not worried about it because I know I got a great truck. Well, go ahead and stay at home. But guess what? Go ahead and stay on the road. I'll be at home relaxing, watching television, and guess what? I won't have to give my money to the DOT. So when you get pulled over and pulled into an inspection station, and the DOT man takes some of that hard-earned money out of your pocket, you'll wish you'd done the same thing I'd done by calling your company up and telling them you're going to take the 3 days off instead of giving your money to some state in America. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, have a good morning. Looks like we've got clear lines at the moment at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, a couple of tidbits to hit on. I get back to the whole fluoride thing, where Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said he wants communities to stop fluoridating the water. And he's setting the gears of government in motion to help make it happen. Of course, he said that he plans to tell the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to stop recommending it in communities nationwide. And he's assembling a task force of health experts to study the issue and make new recommendations. At the same time, the Environmental Protection Agency announced that they're going to review new scientific information on potential health risk of fluoride in drinking water. The EPA sets the maximum level allowed in public water systems. So they kind of break down what the anticipation is here. They go through some of the history, but as Pappy and several others had mentioned, what kind of problems? The potential problems of too much fluoride. The CDC recommends 0.7 milligrams per liter of water. Now, over time, studies have documented potential problems when people get too much more than that. Excess fluoride intake has been associated with streaking or spots on teeth. Studies have also traced a link between excess fluoride and brain development. A report last year by the federal government's National Toxicology Program, which summarized studies from Canada, China, India, Iran, Pakistan, Mexico, concluded that drinking water with more than 1.5 milligrams of fluoride per liter, which is more than twice the CDC recommended level, is associated with lower IQs in children. Meanwhile, last year, a federal judge ordered the EPA to further regulate fluoride in drinking water. U.S. District Judge Edward Chen cautioned that it's not certain fluoride is causing lower IQ in our kids, but he concluded research pointed to an unreasonable risk that it indeed could be. Now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the former environmental lawyer, has called fluoride a dangerous neurotoxin, an industrial waste tied to a range of health dangers. He said it's been associated with arthritis, bone breaks, thyroid disease. Some studies have suggested these links might exist. Usually when the higher than recommended fluoride levels, so some reviewers have questioned the quality of available evidence, saying that there's no definitive conclusions to be drawn, but with the number of years they've had to study this, and with the capabilities for oral hygiene and care in this day and age, as I said, did you realize you're not supposed to brush your teeth and swallow that toothpaste? Now, how many kids do you think don't swallow when they're brushing with that fluoride toothpaste? Supposed to rinse your mouth, spit it out. You got your drinking water, you got your fluoride, and I'd say lots of kids are getting well over the intended amount of fluoride in their system. I think Grump wanted to talk about the driver's licensing thing. Welcome back, Grump.
Yeah, who the hell would have thought that, a glass of water would make your kid stupid? But I guess, it's about time they're looking into stuff like that. Look, this CDL thing, the non-domicile CDLs, I don't think this is something that's new, because they had looked into, you remember back when all the hype on MAP 21 was going on the e-logs and things like that? Well, a lot of the town halls and stuff that was on there, they had discussed the fact that there would be a mass exodus of trucking if they brought in the e-logs and the cameras and all the rest of the crap that, a lot of older drivers just felt that was another layer of basically regulations that are thrown on a driver. And part of this they talked about was, how are they going to replace that group of drivers? And it was to bring in foreign drivers. And to get them qualified, you know, and we've talked about this before on the show here, Steve, but to get them qualified, it was really basically nothing. I mean, it was to get them a license, and it didn't surprise me a damn bit. These lawyers, these immigration lawyers that are pushing a lot of this job placement stuff for immigrants that are, you know, wanting to drive a truck here in the United States. I mean, hell, they got Bollywood commercials and things like that in India. And right now there's, 300,000, they figure about 300,000 Indian drivers over here in the United States. Well, hell, that's 10% of the driving force, Steve. And, you know, to basically sell out the American driver, they've made this so difficult. You know, they wanted this to be a job another American wouldn't do, you know, just so they could bring in all this cheap damn labor. And that's spun by big business. That's spun by these big damn trucking companies that can't, you know, that had a 120, 130% turnover rate. And all they got to do is just say they have massive amounts of trucking, you know, of freight to haul, and they do not have enough drivers to fill these seats. You know, so this little throwback here of going back and saying, well, hell, let's create this driver's license. It wouldn't surprise me a damn bit, you know, that Joe Biden was the dummy, you know, him and Buttigieg especially. You know, he's one of these open border jackasses anyway. So how in the hell can they, you know, I mean, this is what they wanted. They knew this was coming back in MAP 21. And that was one of the reasons why they wanted e-logs so damn bad, because it's easier, and they said that, it's easier to teach an individual, an immigrant, oh shit, he just wrecked that damn truck. Whoa. He's down in the ditch. Man, that was weird. But
live action.
That guy was coming around a curve there and just right down in the freaking ditch there, man. But you know, they knew this was on the way, because it was kind of like in the design of the trucking industry. You know, these big companies and stuff, you know, they talk about regulating rates and things like that. Remember, you know, back when they started pushing all this e-log crap, was to level the playing field. We got to level the playing field. Well, hell, they dominated the playing field, Steve. You know, these big companies, they dominated the playing field. I mean, when they're looking at their net profits per trailer load, and they've got 15,000 trailers out there that they're moving every week, and they're looking at net profits per trailer would be $112 to $115 per trailer. Do the math on that. That's a boatload of dang money. And owner-operators can't compete with that. And when it's all said and done, American drivers, you know, they've made these rules and regulations and things like that so damn onerous, it's ridiculous. You know, and Eagle just talked about, you know.
And we're going to pause right there, and then when we come back, we'll finish up on that. And drivers actually have an opportunity to weigh in. What regulations would you like to see scrapped?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has announced a 90-day pause on some tariffs. The White House has said countries are going to be trying to renegotiate their trade deals, and experts say it's a major reshuffling of international trade.
What we're seeing right now is unprecedented in the history of international trade in terms of the level of tariffs that were proposed and the amount of change that's happening between the U.S. and so many different countries.
Seth Basham, a financial analyst with Wedbush Securities, says going forward, Trump's policies remain uncertain, but the 90-day pause is good news. He says there will be negotiations between the U.S. and other nations to see if they can reduce some of the initially planned tariffs. The Supreme Court is ruling President Trump can fire 2 independent agency watchdogs. Today, the justices reversed a lower court ruling stating that the officials should be reinstated. The ruling affects a member of the National Labor Relations Board and a member of the Merit Systems Protection Board. The acting IRS commissioner is resigning.
Multiple reports say Melanie Krause is stepping down after the agency agreed to share illegal immigrants' tax information with federal immigration agents. Krause is the 3rd person to leave the agency since January. Doug O'Donnell was acting commissioner until announcing his retirement last month. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Over 1,700 pounds of butter is being recalled over bacterial contamination. The FDA says the product has high levels of coliform, which is a bacteria found in animal waste. The recall will affect Cabot Creamery's extra creamy premium butter with sea salt. This was sold in packs of 2 4-ounce sticks across multiple states. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 2,962 points. The S&P 500 rose by 474 points. The Nasdaq gained 1,857 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The United States Postal Service is preparing to raise the price of stamps. Today, the USPS announced the price of first-class mail stamps will go from 73 to 78 cents, while domestic postcards will also increase from 56 to 62 cents. Missouri authorities say a Lincoln County foster parent accused of abusing a girl in her care, then trading her for a monkey, had around 200 foster children over the years.
Brenda Deutsch appeared in court this week on several charges, and despite a request from her lawyer, her bond remains at $250,000. She was taken into custody after the victim alleged Deutsch would have her held down and then beat her. The girl was then reportedly left with someone in Texas, while Deutsch was given a monkey in return. John Summers, USA Radio News.
An endangered pod of orcas in Washington state has increased by 1.
An orca calf was seen swimming next to whale J40. The new calf is J63. This is J40's first known baby. The first year for an orca calf is especially perilous, and even more so with a first-time mom. Researchers say J63 appears to be healthy, which is a positive sign. This would be the 4th calf born to the southern resident population over the last year. I'm Brad Ford.
AAA reports that the average price for a gallon gallon of gasoline is $3.23 a gallon. Mono County, California has it up to $5.84 a gallon, while Lamar County, Mississippi is down to $2.59. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll kick off our final hour here of Friday Eve, a.k.a. Thursday. Weekend getting closer. Now, Grump just brought up before the break there. Regulations. Yeah, right now, you have an opportunity. Get your input in. You know, what regulations do you want to see scrapped in the trucking community? Last week, the Department of Transportation asked the public to help identify regulations worthy of the chopping block. And just this past day, Landline reported in an update, it's no surprise truck drivers wasted no time pointing out federal regulations they believe are overly burdensome while providing little to no safety benefit. Only a couple days into the comment period, more than 100 truckers had already given their 2 cents. The number should be a lot higher. Several drivers cited the lack of flexibility with the hours of service regulations. If you're driving 11 hours a day, taking a 30-minute break within the first 8 hours, and working a total of 14 for the day, there's no need to have the 70-hour rule. Stacy Dane said, as a driver, I get plenty of rest following the other 3 rules, not being overworked. Many of the comments noted that every driver is different, and the goal should be allowing drivers to rest when they're tired and drive when it's safe to operate. How many years have we been hearing that? Regulations with strict rules regarding the times drivers can operate can force them to feel like they have to operate during the allotted window, whether conditions are safe or not. Most drivers wanted a choice to take that 30-minute break, not mandatory. Joe Petratz said the electronic logging mandate mandated by Congress has exacerbated the lack of flexibility in the hours. We are not robots. Every driver is different. Every job is different. The ELD forces us to drive when we're tired and try to sleep when we're not tired. The clock is always ticking once it starts for the day. Drivers make bad decisions under the stress and the pressure the ELD creates. It creates a dangerous environment on the road. President Trump has pushed for reduced regulations in all industries. Last Thursday, the DOT published that notice seeking public feedback regarding regulations that could be modified or maybe even scrapped entirely. Of course, in January, Trump issued an executive order requiring at least 10 regulations to be identified for elimination before a new regulation can be issued. In other words, if they're going to do anything, implementing any further regulations on you, the trucker, they're looking, what can we scrap or modify? Ending federal overreach and restoring the constitutional separation of powers is the priority of my administration. That's what Trump wrote in another executive order back in February. Regulations created by government agencies not mandated by Congress are the most likely targets of the administration's deregulatory mission. So you've got that comment period open through May 5 right now. You go to the regulations.gov website. Now, in addition to the comment period, the DOT said they will accept emails on a continuing basis at the transportation.regulatoryinfo@dot.gov about regulations that could be modified or repealed. Regulatory reform, RFI, is the subject line in the email. Regulatory reform, RFI. Do you think they might actually scrap any of the regulations if they were to get thousands of comments on the ELDs like they did before they implemented them? Would they take another look? And the safety, we know the safety's gone downhill from the moment of implementation.
It has, and one other part of this whole regulatory system is allowing so many damn people that can post the bond become a broker. There's 30,000 brokers in the United States right now, freight forwarding brokers, and they're passing along freight to 87 to 88,000 logistics companies who own trucks, and a lot of times that broker that's sitting on one side of the hallway there owns the logistics company on the other side of the hallway that owns the truck that's going to have the damn freight thrown in the trailer. So he's getting 3 parts of that load before that driver that comes along gets a freaking nickel of it. And they definitely got to do something with some of and it's not about transparency. It's about fairness. Competitiveness. And, any given day, Steve, there's 300,000 loads posted on the load board. Any given day. And I know we've had arguments before about it. I've had arguments with Gouger, people like that about it. They talk about the brokers, the brokers, they hate the brokers. I hate the damn brokers too. But when you got guys that are living off that load board, right, the way it is, and they've allowed so many of these foreign entities to come in this country and start riding these damn load boards to pick up this excess, what they believe is excess freight, number one. They'll look at these loads, and their value that they run for is nowhere near the value that I would run for. If I'm looking at a load and it's $3 a mile, and I bid on that load, and I say, all right, I'll go with the $3 a mile. Well, here you got this foreign entity that come in here that's driving a truck that's a piece of damn junk. Number one, I mean, they go to Ritchie Brothers, and pick up as many trucks as they possibly can, keep the damn things on the road. And that's the logistics companies that are doing this, and a lot of the brokerages. All right, they're putting these butts in these damn trucks. They're leasing these trucks to these people. And they say, well, what would you haul that load for? What will you take it for? Well, hell, I can do it for $1.30. Bam. I mean, they just cut the legs out from underneath anybody. And it's one damn business that's doing a lot of that, but they own every level of that business, from the truck that the guy's leasing to the logistics company that's picking up on the freight and getting their 6% to that damn broker that's looking at it at 15 to 20%. So that much of the load right then is taken away. And if they can convince that guy that he's only worth $1.30 or $1.20 or whatever, well, look at the difference there. They got that damn load for probably $4 a mile. They've got all that money they're sticking in their pocket, and they're sitting there telling us that no, we're not doing that. You know, we're only making a certain amount of money. My foot. I've seen this stuff. I've studied it, looked at it, and that's one damn thing right there that the regulations needs to change. They need to quit allowing so many damn freight brokers right here, or if they do have freight brokers, they cannot be associated with a logistics company or that truck. That's just it's got to be up for grabs. But it's and yeah, I agree 100% on these damn e-logs. I mean, it's everything about the e-logs is absolutely nuts. I mean, if I was going to do anything, if I wanted to add a part of a regulation, number one, if you come over here and you're driving on an H-2B visa, you don't get a damn pre-pass put in that truck. Not one bit. And you're not going to have two guys that is running team, number one, that has absolutely, you know, can barely speak English if they can speak it at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then turn around and you know, hit the highways. You got two guys that are running for substandard amounts of money. Hell, I guarantee you, Steve, if all these freight companies and everything like that said, well, we're scrapping this piecework crap, you know, this cents per mile, if the wheels ain't turning, you ain't earning bull crap. We're going to go with an hourly rate, and we're going to pay you that 14 hours that you work a day. You know, just get as many miles in as you possibly can in that time frame. I guarantee you that the market would be flooded with new drivers that's looking at, you know, hey, if I can get out here and earn, you know, $28, $30 an hour sitting in the seat of that truck, I'm going to do it. You know, I'll sit in the seat of the truck and stare out the window. Well, you know, a friend of ours, you know, he comes to the truck show every year. He makes right now about $32 an hour straight time driving a truck, and he's home every damn night. And the guy made $105,000 last year. You know, he's home every day. You know, he goes out at 5 o'clock in the morning. He's back by, you know, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, usually about 10 to 12 hours he's gone, but he's done for the day and still made $105,000. Well, hell, you got guys out here that's living in trucks, you know, doing piecework, you know, basically. And like I said the other day, I set 10 freaking hours on I-10, you know, in different spots along I-10 from San Antonio all the way over to Mobile, and well, up and we can include going up 65 into Atlanta. 10 hours, man. You know, in one damn week, just, you know, on one load, I set 10 hours. Every time I'd stop, I would hit my stopwatch, and I'd write down the time and everything whenever I'd start going, just to see what it was. Now, that's just me. But if you got, you know, you got 300,000-400,000 trucks on that highway on I-10, which is a major artery from east to west, you know, and going across the southern side, doing the same damn thing. Look at all the lost man hours and everything. And that's one reason why these companies are saying, well, we don't want to pay you if you're just sitting there. Well, hell, I'm sitting there anyway. You know, I'm still in the truck. I still own duty. It's not like I can just click off hit that E-log and log off duty. I am still responsible for the freight. Why couldn't you pay them? You know, I'm running on percentage because I'm an owner-operator. You know, I run on percentage, and I understand what's involved in that, and you know, things like that. But you know, if it gets to the point where the load's a pain in the ass, you know, I'll call them up and say, hey, look, you know, I need some more money on this. This is a little bit rough. Well, they're not going to be able to do that to a company driver. You know, if they're making, you know, 50 cents a mile or 55 cents a mile, whatever they're making these days, I have no idea. But you know, the system is just meant to keep guys hungry, and that's one of the reasons why that this industry has bounced so many American drivers out of it, and they can make more money, you know, as a damn whopper flopper than they can as a truck driver anymore. And then they're absolutely correct. When you bring in all these damn foreign drivers over here, you know, that can't spell America, let alone, you know, interstate or anything else. They have no idea what the hell they're doing. When they're over here, you know, clogging up stuff. Every time my truck has been hit, it's been by one of them guys. You know, and he gets out with this big goofy-ass grin on his face. Oh, so sorry. Oh, so sorry. Yeah, I'll trot your ass over to the ATM machine because you're going to pay for the damage. You know, and they have to ramp something up, man. They have to do something different. I mean, I'll get out and swing on one of them. I ain't kidding you. I'll take a ball bat to one of them's ass. You hit my truck, you're responsible for it. Don't tell me that I'm going to write your information down and I'm going to get stuck paying the damn deductible on this of $1,000. No, you're going to pay it before you leave here, or one of us is going to be wearing a brand new ass whooping. I guarantee you that. But that's just my view on the thing.
Grump breaking out
I have no idea.
Breaking out the 55-gallon drum of ass whoop. All right, Grump. That's a good breakdown, right? 19 past the hour. Well, speaking of sitting in traffic, what can be done, right? Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy this past day said President Trump wants a massive overhaul to revitalize the nation's infrastructure. Seems like we've heard this before. The president loves coal. Beautiful, clean coal. Again, he loves all infrastructure because, again, it moves our people and our products around the country. Now, you can't have an advanced economy without great infrastructure. The president recognizes that Democrats, although they spend a lot of money on, in air quotes, he said, they spend a lot of money on infrastructure, it never gets built. He went on to emphasize Trump wants to build big, beautiful roads and bridges, rail and ports and ships. He wants beautiful airports, safe airplanes, and a brand new air traffic control system. We return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Coming up, we'll take a look at, after the big rally on the stock market yesterday, will the trend continue? Or could we see an about face? You never know about the stock market. Just when you think it's going to go one direction, it surprises you, it goes the other. But we'll give you the latest on from CNBC here, just within the past hour. Some of the futures are down this early Thursday. First, let me get to Eskimo Mom. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. There's a couple of topics bouncing around, and one of them was Sundance about the home ownership for baby boomers. Yeah, it's a trend right now because a lot of baby boomers cannot find the biggest key right now. We don't have enough affordable housing, and we don't have enough married couples and pretty much couples that are sharing a house. So we have a lot of single families. It's a lot of issues going on with that right now, and with Eagle and with Eagle and the parking on the fuel island. Yes, I can understand, but some they're at the Loves. Some of the Loves, some of their fuel islands are down, and there are people be parking there, and it's an unfortunate thing sometimes. But with the bobtailing, and that's a touchy. That's Eagle. That's a touchy thing with the bobtailing, because sometimes some of the truck stops, they do not want bobtails parking in that front parking lot for one reason or another, and you have to go into the back parking lot, and unfortunately they don't want you to park in the no parking areas, and you keep on going, and so that bobtail, they're screwed no matter which way they go.
Mm-hmm. So how about did you get caught up in the I-71 thing this morning, or no?
No, that's mile marker 12 in Ohio. I don't see 71 until the Brent Spence Bridge.
Oh, okay.
Now, if it was in Kentucky, it's a different story.
Gotcha.
Now, yesterday, if I was travel 71 northbound was all messed up by Sparta because of a wreck there earlier in the evening, and I missed it because a little old me, I went to Muncie for my first load last night, and other than that. I've been lucky so far, but when one of these highways get messed up, it just really messes with our schedule.
Well, Eskimo Bob, good to hear from you. Safe travels out there this morning. Yeah, where do you park your bobtail? What do you do? Well, hello to Truck and Phil. What do we have? Happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Heating up to go. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hotshot Secret Nation and the great product of Stable. Starting things off at 38 this morning, 49 for a high Fort Wayne, 34, maybe some snow in Newaygo, Michigan, but warming up to 45 for a high. All right, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan and back again. Have a great day, everybody. It's almost Friday. Roll on, Knucklebuster. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, looking here, Dateline Reuters News, S&P 500 futures down this morning after President Trump announced the 90-day reprieve on some of those reciprocal tariffs, spurring the massive rally yesterday. Futures tied to the S&P 500 down 1.4%. NASDAQ 100 futures down 1.8%. Dow Jones Industrial Average futures down 435 points, or about 1%. This after the historic surge on the street. S&P 500 soared more than 9% during Wednesday's session, third largest gain in a single day since World War II. The Dow saw its biggest percentage advance since March of 2020, the NASDAQ scoring its biggest one-day gain since January of 2001, and the second best day on record. Yesterday, there was an unusual trading volume of about 30 billion shares, the highest level in history, as per records dating back about 18 years. The rally took off after Trump announced the temporary drop in tariff rates for most countries to 10% for 90 days. Canada and Mexico will not be subjected to an additional 10% duty, however. Now, to be sure, this still leaves the 125% rate on goods from China. Trump said he thinks the U.S. and China will end up making a good deal. Despite the optimism in response to that 90-day reprieve, what are they saying? Some on Wall Street are skeptical that we may not be out of the woods just yet. One chief economic advisor said this morning last evening, CNBC's Closing Bell, you need some certainty. Now, I think the 90 days, that's a good time frame, but quickly people are going to start asking, what's going to happen next?
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And they'll be fair deals. I just want fair.
President Trump says no other president would have done what he did regarding tariffs. He spoke outside the White House shortly announcing a 90-day pause on some tariffs.
People were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy.
The pause excludes China, but Trump says China wants to make a deal. The president expressed confidence that a trade deal will be made with every country.
IRS attorneys had also pushed back, saying the deal likely violated privacy laws. However, it still went ahead and Krauser opted to resign.
The acting IRS commissioner is resigning.
Multiple reports say Melanie Krause is stepping down after the agency agreed to share illegal immigrants' tax information with federal immigration agents. Krause is the third person to leave the agency since January. Doug O'Donnell was acting commissioner until announcing his retirement last month. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, good morning to our sarcastic Stephanie. Yeah, you, Stephanie D. She just posts via the Facebook feed. How you gonna bring back manufacturing when all you crazy, lazy rednecks don't want to work and you've deported all the cheap labor? Why do you think things are made in China? Well, first, she said, I think it's ironic you drive a Subaru. Are you a lesbian? You blocked me on YouTube. Well, I'm back. You redneck hillbillies need to stop buying all that cheap stuff from China at Walmart. Stephanie, with the click of a mouse, I can block you on Facebook, too. So there's your one and final warning. We don't need to hear the likes of your ignorance. All right, thank you. Now, we move on. Who we got on board? Is it Firebird?
Plowboy. Now give her my damn number, Steve. I'll take care of that.
Okay.
Want to be know-it-all.
What's going on, Plowboy? It says Fireboard. I don't know how it got that, but yeah.
Don't worry about it, brother. Grump was not too far off. I was off 2 different times, spring and winter, for a shutdown up here at the Blue Oval. $96,000 is why I took home last year on my W-2.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to put up with the crap. Parking, I could have made more, but that's 5 and 6 days a week, sir. And I've enjoyed it. I don't have to worry about parking, eating, don't have to worry about anything like that. And I enjoy my job. It could change, but I don't look for it. This is a good union job, even though I've been against unions most of my life. But there's just my numbers for last year. Where's the ADA on this fluoride deal? Are they saying anything?
The Dental Association, I've seen reports where more and more dentists are no longer doing the whole fluoride treatment thing. I mean, I remember as a kid when you'd go in, they'd put that pink stuff on the little rubber round thing, and that was fluoride. They were treating your. I'm seeing that many are not doing that anymore because they feel like you're getting enough fluoride with the water and the toothpaste.
It's true. You're right, but now I'm just like you. I grew up with the well water. I never touched any chlorine, fluoride, any of that garbage because we lived out on a farm, and and the water, you go back out to the farm and it tastes a hell of a lot better than it does in the city. And I would never. I do my best to stay away from that bottled water. Really, I do.
I don't know. Is there fluoride in bottled water? I mean, in most cases, my understanding was bottled water typically comes from a municipal source in most cases. So if you're taking tap water out and just running it through an additional filter and bottling it, I don't think it's going to take the fluoride out. Now, I guess if it's spring water, it may not have fluoride. I did a quick search, though, to answer your question. It says the American Dental Association strongly supports fluoridation of community water as the optimal level, safe, effective public health measure for preventing tooth decay. This stance remains unchanged despite ongoing discussions and some criticisms.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for clearing out.
There you go. So,
but no, this has been something. Appreciate it. That's been something that was raised hell about years ago on a name that's basically been banished off the radio when he was on XM. I mean, he rolled all over that fluoride. And as that guy out of San Antonio I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about, I believe, Alex Jones. Because he was always fluorides, and all that crap that was been pushed in our systems. But I don't know. It just, I just can't. I can deal without it. I think your National Weather Service is going to come under some controversy. I don't know whether you've seen this one. New York Post is reporting that no longer will the National Weather Service be given any other language but English. Have you seen that, Steve?
I have not.
Warnings and watches.
Okay.
I just read it. Day owed.
So I guess what was like the NOAA weather radio doing English and Spanish? I didn't even know they were doing translation.
I guess wherever localities were, that'd probably be what I'd have to say. But I just seen that it's a pop up since I do a lot.
Okay, yeah.
We go on a lot of their search engines, but I'm kind of concerned about one thing that happened. That Keystone Pipeline, you seen where they got it erupted, didn't you?
They had would they have a leak of some sort, or I'm not sure exactly. Was it an explosion? I saw just
30-some-odd barrels of oil.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if that was not contrived, because there's just something. Because that's supposed to be it's supposed to be heavily watched 24/7, and all of a sudden, like this happens, I can understand maybe a few barrels, but not that many barrels, really. I can't see that just kind of getting to me, because that's supposed to be a slow pipeline, too. And you're talking about the number I read. I ain't going to say it because I think I was a little bit off, but it's way up there. That should have been easily caught. But other than that, getting ready to work on some better weather. Finally dried up around here, but still they're calling for rain, I guess, next couple of days. But other than that, I'll get off here. Y'all have a good day. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you much. And I'm going to try to dig up the latest, how much and what happened. Because, like I said, I just saw a brief headline about the Keystone Pipeline having some sort of a leak, an incident. But as far as your
world is calling the United States,
as far as your National Weather Service
it's
thing,
time to begin the hunt.
It looks like yes. It says the National Weather Service is no longer going to be offering the automated translation services for weather alerts until further notice, according to the headline here. The change announced last week is due to a contract lapse, according to a Weather Service spokesman. The language translation software firm, Lilt, has provided artificial intelligence to translate Weather Service alerts for over a year now. They announced that partnership October of 23, revealing that AI technology would translate alerts from English to several other languages, including Spanish, French, Vietnamese, Simplified Chinese, and Samoan. This language translation project at the time, they said, will improve our service equity to traditionally underserved and vulnerable populations that have limited English proficiency. That was from the National Weather Service director at the time. Let's see. By providing forecast and warnings in multiple language, it will improve community and individual readiness and resilience as climate change drives more extreme weather events. All right, so that was a statement, I guess, from USA Today this past day. It said they've reached out to Lilt, L-I-L-T, the software firm, with all this government efficiency stuff. Or was that one of the items that came up on the chopping block? I'll have to do a little more research on that. But thanks for the heads up. Let's see. Malpractice checking in this morning. What's happening?
Good morning, my brother, from a different mother, but the same Father in heaven. What's going on?
Doing all right. What's been going on with you?
Well, you know, I woke up. Since the bird flu came and they took all our birds out of southern Indiana, we got farms out here in Arizona, and I've been running out here. And what you guys was talking about it, you know, I'm a preacher, Steve, and I love everybody. Color don't bother me, but stupidity kills me. And when you get out here in the West, I feel like I'm the only redneck American out here because all these companies out here that's got all these different names on them. I mean, I think I even seen one the other day that said Houthi or whatever. Now, I don't know if that's in, it said Houthi Express, and I'm like, but it spelled it like, you know, they do the people over in the Far East there, and I was like, oh my God, are you kidding me?
Like the Houthis from Yemen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it said that on the side of the trailer, and I thought, oh my God. Well, and you know, these guys out here, like these guys say, they park in the fuel island. They park in the middle of the driveway, Steve, and they pull their curtains. I guess their curtains must be lined with some kind of bulletproof thing because, I mean, they pull the curtains and they don't care. They'll park right in the driveway, and you could beat on their door until the cows come home. I take it as a sign of them just no training whatsoever. You know, that's got to be what it is. But and you know, they was talking about the driver's license thing. I was in the driver's license branch. It's been a couple years ago, but I was in there and they was giving a CDL test to these foreigners. Now they had an interpreter. I looked over at that lady and I said, I don't have an interpreter. What is going on with this crap? And they said, oh, well, you can have an interpreter just for a CDL. And I'm thinking, doesn't it say in the CDL rules, Steve? You can correct me if I'm wrong.
You're correct.
Doesn't it say if you can't speak English, you cannot hold a CDL?
That is
correct.
correct.
That not still the law?
It's in the Green Book. That's the FMCSA rules and regulations. CVSA made it a no longer out of service violation, enforcement wise, a number of years ago. So, yeah, the big push right now is to put it back in place and make it an out of service criteria.
Okay. Well, in the last 2 weeks, because I'm running Arizona, because we still don't have birds in Indiana, and it'll be a while before that. We got two farms. We're down 6 million birds. So
wow.
We got farms out here in Arizona. We got two, getting ready to have a third one. You want to know why we got three? Is because California has regulated all the egg producers out of California. So our company's like, hey, well, now we're building farm number 3 within a 10-mile radius. We're going to have 10 to 12 million birds laying eggs out here. Because California can't get any eggs. It's like, so, but I mean, it just blows my mind because the government is letting this happen. I'm going down Albuquerque Hill. I may lose you, but the thing of it is my Bible, I go by every word of that. They make us go by every word of that stupid little green book that they have. So where's the justice in all this? I mean, and I'll just say this one more thing, and I'll get off here. My company, because they would never let us come to Arizona, because I get 71 cents a mile, loaded or empty, off of E-log miles, not book miles, blah, blah, blah. I get paid off of the E-log.
Okay.
So they said, well, malpractice, Roger, you are overpaid. I can get this hauled for $1.70 a mile going to Arizona, and you're too expensive. And I thought, well, kiss my hind end. I didn't know I was that expensive. My wife has said that several times, but you know, now my company says it. But I love everybody. Everybody be out there, be safe. Keep looking up. It's going to end one of these days, and it's going to get good. as my aunt used to say, it's going to get gooder and gooder. God bless everybody and have a good night.
Thank you, Malpractice.
A territory gets welcomed back into the NTPA fold. A familiar one waits until deep into the year to get going. And for the Grand National competitors, it's now the Enderley Playoff. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We'll spend this and the next two editions of the report to highlight the NTPA's 2025 Regional National Event schedule. But first, our top story. For the 13 Grand National Divisions, the Enderley Pull-Off on Saturday, September 13th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio, is now a select points awarding event. As it has for 37 prior years, the Enderley will invite the top 5 GN point earners as of their last regular season hooks in Bowling Green, Wellington, Wauseon, Canton, and Sandwich. But now the Enderley will reward those qualifiers with championship points, meaning that all titles will be settled and champions crowned in front of the cheering crowds in Urbana. The new playoff format will not apply to the regional national divisions, as their participants are invited from several different regions and subregions. However, vehicles with 2024 GN but 2025 RN registrations that attended the late year wraparound events in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina will earn Enderley points toward this season's qualifying berths. Read all about these changes this week on the front page of ntpapull.com. The NTPA is proud to announce the triumphant reactivation of Region 1 after a decades-long absence. The territory will include events in Pennsylvania and West Virginia, will crown champions in Hot Farm and Superstock 4-wheel drive, and will send several of its top pointers to the Enderley. As you might expect, the new region gets after it early. On Saturday, June 7th, it's the NTPA Megapole in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, at the Greene County Fairgrounds, with 5 classes. Then on Saturday the 21st, NTPA welcomes Sykesville's Ag and Youth Fair Pole to the association with a 3-class event. On the last day of July, Middleburg, West Virginia brings smoke and noise back to the Mountaineer State with 2 tractor and 1 truck class on Thursday the 31st. And the Region 1 campaign wraps up with Great Dayton Fair on Wednesday and Thursday, August 13th and 14th, with 3 classes each night. The NTPA could not be more proud to bring championship pulling back to the home states of so many of our great PA and West Virginia pullers and fans. Just when the newly constituted Region 1 is shutting down, the folks in North Carolina are spooling up for their national polls in Region 4. Lumberton, North Carolina opens the slate with the Robeson County 300 at the fairgrounds on Friday and Saturday, September 5th and 6th, with 4 national and 3 state divisions appearing each night. Then in October, it's the national season finale at the State Fair Southern Showdown, with 4 sessions of polling over 3 days, Friday through Sunday, October 17th through the 19th. We'll discuss the NTPA's Midwest Regions 2 and 3 in the next 2 reports. For now, you can find out all the classes and start times for Regions 1 through 4 on the schedule page at ntpapull.com. The association is also excited to announce a new sponsor for all 4 regions of NTPA competition, Steiner Tractor Parts. We'll have more to say about this and all of our 2025 corporate partners in a future sponsor-centric installment. But for now, we'll express our gratitude and encourage our listeners to visit steinertractor.com for all of their vintage tractor repair and restoration needs. Finally, be sure to attend the NTPA Open House at the association's new headquarters at 1299 Campbell Road in Marion, Ohio this Saturday, April 12th from noon to 5 p.m. And please tell us you heard about it on the Steve Summers Show or the Overnight Radio Report. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, Keystone Pipeline was the question. And I hear some of you saying, I thought the Keystone never got completed. All right, there is a Keystone Pipeline. The one that was never completed was the Keystone XL pipeline. To clear up any confusion. So the latest issue, North Dakota. I guess the latest leak in the troubled history of the 15-year-old pipeline, 2,700-mile-long pipeline that originates in Alberta, Canada, carries heavy tar sands, crude oil, south across the Dakotas and Nebraska before splitting to carry oil both to refineries in Illinois and then south to Oklahoma. That's Cushing, I believe, in Oklahoma, and then on to Texas. Constructed in 2010 at a cost of $5.2 billion. It was built by TC Energy. It is now operated by South Bow as of last year. Because over the 15 years, there have been a total of 23 incidents, including 4 in North Dakota. They've varied in size. But according to South Bow, the latest estimate was 3,500 barrels that spilled in North Dakota. Now, the Pipeline Safety Trust Advocacy Group said that a report from the Government Accountability Office concluded that preventable construction issues contributed to more spills on the Keystone Pipeline than similar pipelines. One example was a Kansas leak. The Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration determined that a leak was caused due to the rupture of a weld that had come from a fabrication facility. Now, when the original Keystone was proposed and built, there was very little controversy. But as we know, that was a different story a few years later when TC Energy proposed the second pipeline, the Keystone XL. That drew years of protest from activists and landowners worried about spills on their land. It was ultimately abandoned by the company in 2021 after former President Biden refused to approve the permit. Trump wants to revive it, but it doesn't look like there's any interest. The original investors, TC, they have moved on, gone a different direction. I don't think they're going to ever get back to the Keystone XL. But looking at the clock there, looks like we'll have to close out Thursday morning. So we'll wrap it up there. Safe travels out there. But, of course, when we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we'll be rolling into a Friday. Hope you can join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything